in the quiet glow of a small French town. A shocking crime unravels the delicate fabric of ordinary life. Act of Passion is not just a courtroom drama. It's a profound psychological journey into the mind of a man accused of an unthinkable act, told through his own impassioned confession. This story blurs the line between truth and self-justification, forcing us to question the nature of guilt, morality, and desire. As each page peels back another layer of his life, we are drawn into a world where love turns to obsession and justice is shadowed by human weakness. Powerful, haunting, and deeply intimate. Act of Passion is a masterpiece that will leave you questioning long after the final word is spoken. Chapter 6. Are those things that I have told in court, that I could have told you in the silence of your office, in the presence of your red-headed clerk, and of Maitre Gabriel, for whom life is so simple? I don't know whether my love for her began that night, but what I am certain of is that when a little before 7 o'clock next morning we took a train, clammy with dampness and cold, I could no longer face the prospect of life without her, and that this woman sitting opposite me, pale and blurred in the cruel light of the compartment, near the window on which the raindrops showed lighter than the night, that this stranger, with a hat rendered ridiculous by yesterday's rain, was closer to me than any human being had ever been before. It would be difficult to be emptier than we were then, both of us. And we must have seemed like phantoms to people who saw us, when the night porter, the same one who had given us our key, came to wake us. A light still shone under the door, for our bed light had not been turned off since I had gropingly switched it on. Martine was in her bath. I opened the door, wearing only my trousers, with my chest bare and hair tousled, to ask, "Could you get us some coffee?" The porter, too, looked like a phantom. "I'm sorry, sir, not before 7 o'clock. Could you make some for us yourself? I haven't the keys. I'm sorry." Was he perhaps a little afraid of me? Outside we couldn't find a taxi. Martine clung to my arm, and I probably looked just as spectral in the cold gray mist. And it was lucky for us that our nocturnal peregrinations had landed us not too far from the station. Perhaps the buffet will be open. It was. Early morning customers were served black coffee or coffee with hot milk in great ashy white bowls. Just to look at those bowls made my stomach turn over. Martine had insisted on drinking hers, and an instant later, without having time to run to the lavatories, lost it right there on the platform. We did not talk. We sat waiting apprehensively for the effect of the jolting of the train on our aching temples, on all our ailing flesh. Like many morning trains on branch lines, ours kept executing all sorts of maneuvers before starting, each time hammering our poor heads with violent blows. Yet she managed to look at me with a smile as we crossed the bridge over the Loire. My little packages were scattered on the seat beside me. We were alone in the compartment. I was still holding my pipe in my mouth, probably with an air of disgust, for I'd had to let it go out. She murmured, "I wonder what Armand will say." I was hardly shocked, a little bit, just the same, but after all, hadn't I been the one to start it? And you, is anyone expecting you? Bouquet promised to find me a furnished apartment where I could cook. Did you sleep with him? It was appalling. Your Honor, it hadn't been 12 hours since I'd met her. The same reddish-faced clock that had witnessed our meeting was still there behind us, overlooking a network of tracks, and its little hand had not yet completed its course round the dial, and I knew by her scar not only that this seedy-looking young woman had had lovers, but that she had been shamefully marked in spite of that. As I asked the question, suddenly there was a frightful pain in my chest. I remained as though petrified. I had never known anything like it before. But after that, it happened often enough for me to feel a fraternal sympathy for all cardiac sufferers. I told you I didn't even have time to speak to him about that. I had taken it for granted at one time that once in the train on neutral ground, we would resume the formal vous, together with our normal personalities. But, to my astonishment, the two continued to seem perfectly natural. If you knew how funny it was the way we met, was he drunk? If I asked that right away, it was because I knew Raoul Bouquet so well. I have described the American bar at Nantes. We have recently acquired one like it at La Roche-sur-Yon. I haven't set foot in it more than once or twice. You'll find mostly snobs there, who think the city's cafes not smart enough, and who go there to show off, perching on the high stools and watching the cocktails being mixed, just the way Martine did the day before. You'll see a few women too, not prostitutes, but more probably respectable housewives who want to appear modern. Bouquet is something else again. He is my age, perhaps a year or two younger. His father was the founder of the galleries, and he, together with his brother and sister, inherited it 5 years ago. Raoul Bouquet drinks for the sake of drinking, is rude for the sake of being rude, because everything, as he says, is such a goddamn bore. Everything and everybody bores him, because his wife is a goddamn bore. He sometimes stays away for 4 or 5 days at a time. He will leave the house to be gone an hour without an overcoat and turn up 2 days later in La Rochelle or Bordeaux with a whole bunch of people he has picked up God knows where. Business, too, is a goddamn bore, except in spurts, at which times, almost sober for 2 or 3 weeks, he begins to turn everything topsy-turvy in the store. He drives like a madman, on purpose. After midnight, he will suddenly dash up on the pavement for the pleasure of scaring the wits out of some worthy citizen on his way home. He's had I don't know how many accidents. They've taken his license away twice. I knew him better than anyone else did, since he was my patient. And suddenly, he entered my life in an entirely new capacity. It's even reduced to being afraid of him. He drinks a lot, doesn't he? I thought right away that interests him more than women. Except women in certain houses where he goes periodically and raises hell. I was with a girl I knew at a bar in Paris, Rue Washington. Perhaps you know it. On the left, near the Champs-Élysées. He had been drinking and talked in a loud voice to the man next to him. A friend, perhaps a stranger. Her words flowed on monotonously, like the raindrops trickling down the train windows. I'll tell you something. He was saying, my brother-in-law gives me a pain in the neck. He's a snake, my brother-in-law. But the trouble is, he must be good because my bitch of a sister can't get along without him. Swears by him. Only the day before yesterday, he took advantage of my absence to sack my secretary on some pretext or other. The minute he sees a secretary's devoted to me, he sacks her or manages to win her over to his side easy enough, since they all come from around there. I ask you, do the galleries belong to the bouquets or don't they? And is he a bouquet when he's called Machul? I'm telling you, barman, Machul, that's his name. If you have no objection, my brother-in-law's name is Machul, and the only thing he thinks about is how he can kick me out too. And do you know what I'm going to do? Old man, I'm going to get my next secretary from Paris, a girl who doesn't know Oscar Machul and who won't be impressed by him. The sky was beginning to get lighter, silhouetted against the uniform grayness of the flat countryside. Farms began to come out of the shadows, with lights in the stables. Martine went on talking, without hurrying. I had come to the end of my tether. You know, I was drinking cocktails with my friend because she was paying for them. But for 8 days, I'd been living on nothing but rolls and coffee. All at once, I went over to him, and I said, if you want a secretary who doesn't know Machol, take me. I understood a lot of things, Your Honor, I can tell you. And first of all, knowing Bouquet as I do, I could picture the scene. He must have talked as crudely as possible, on principle. You're broke, I suppose. And he undoubtedly asked her with a false air of innocence if she'd been working in an office or en maison. Well, come along to La Roche if you like. We can always try it. He made her drink. That is certain. One of the reasons I always keep away from the bar where he hangs out is that he gets furious if anyone has the misfortune to refuse to drink with him. Anyhow, she came to La Roche, Your Honor. She started out with her 2 suitcases for a little city entirely unknown to her. Why did you come by way of Nantes? And why did you break your journey there? Because I knew a girl who works at the Belgian consulate, a friend of mine. I had just enough money left to pay for my railway ticket, and I didn't want to ask my new boss for money the minute I arrived. Our train stopped at every little station along the line. Each time the brakes were put on, we would both give a little start at the same time, and then wait in anguish for more jolts as the train moved again. The windows grew pale. Men shouted the names of the stations, rushed up and down, opened and closed the train doors, piled up the mail bags and express packages on hand carts. A funny atmosphere, Your Honor. in which to say, shamefacedly, after hesitating for I don't know how many kilometers, "You're not going to sleep with him." Of course not. Even if he asks you to. Even if he insists. Of course not. Not with him or anyone else. Again, that agonizing pain which my patients who suffer from angina pectoris have so often tried to describe to me. You think you are dying. You feel death at hand. You are as though suspended to life by a thread. And yet, I do not have angina pectoris, not with him or anybody else. I promise, she replied, smiling at me. We had not mentioned love. We did not mention it then. We were two miserable, bedraggled dogs in the unrelieved grayness of that second-class compartment in December, while the day, for want of sun, was slow in rising. Yet I believed her, and she believed me. We were not sitting on the same bench, but opposite each other, for we had to be very careful of our movements to avoid being sick, and at each jolt of the train, bells clanged inside our skulls. We looked at each other as if we had known each other all our lives, without coquetry. Thank God. It was only shortly before we reached La Roche when she saw me gather my packages together that she began powdering and putting on lipstick. Then she tried lighting a cigarette. It wasn't on my account. Your Honor, for me, she knew that all that was unnecessary. For other people, I wonder, out of habit, more likely, or rather, so as not to feel so naked, for we both of us felt almost as naked as in our hotel room. Listen, Martine, it is too early to telephone bouquet, and the galleries don't open until 9. I'll leave you at the Hotel de l'Europe. It would be better for you to sleep for a few hours. It was evident that she wanted to ask a question and had been hesitating about it for some time, and I don't know why. I wanted to avoid it. I was afraid of it. She looked at me, resigned and obedient. You hear that? Obedient? And she simply said, "Very well. I'll telephone you before noon, or I'll come to see you. Wait. No, I can't come because I have office hours then. You come to see me. Anyone can come to a doctor's office, but Armand, just come straight to the waiting room like any patient." Ridiculous, isn't it? But I was so afraid of losing her. I didn't want her to see Bouquet. No matter what happened, I was already unwilling for her to see anyone. I didn't yet know it myself. On the back of an old envelope, I drew a plan of part of the city, showing her how to get from the hotel to my house. At the station, I hailed a porter I knew, and I was suddenly very proud of being known. "Find us a taxi, Prosper, will you?" I walked behind her. I walked in front of her. I trotted all round her like a shepherd dog, and for a few minutes, I swear, I even forgot my hangover. In the taxi, although the driver knew me, Martine's hand was leaning over her like a man in love, and I was not ashamed. Above all, don't go out. Don't telephone anyone until you've seen me. It is 8 o'clock. Say you sleep until 11, or even 11:30. Wednesdays, my office hours are until 1 o'clock. You must promise that you won't see anyone, that you won't telephone anyone. Promise me, Martine. I wonder if she was aware that something extraordinary was happening to her. I promise. We didn't kiss each other. The place Napoleon was empty when the taxi stopped in front of the Hotel de l'Europe. I went to find Angèle, the owner, in the kitchen where she was giving the chef orders for the day. "I want a nice room for a young woman who is very tired and who has been recommended to me by one of my Paris colleagues." "Certainly, doctor." I did not go up with her. When I had gone down a couple of steps towards the street, I turned to look back. Through the glass of the front door, its brasses dulled by the dampness, I saw her standing on the red carpet of the hall, talking to Angèle and pointing out her 2 suitcases to the bellboy. I saw her, but she did not see me. She was speaking, and I did not hear her voice for a second, not more. I imagined her mouth open as I had seen it, you know, the night before. And the idea of leaving her even for such a short time was so intolerable. Fear struck me so forcibly that I almost went back to take her along with me. When I was alone in the taxi, all my fatigue and all my aches returned, the shooting pains in my temples and that racking sensation in my chest. "Shall I take you home, doctor?" Home. Yes. Of course. Home. And the seat was piled with little packages, including the famous buttons for a jacket Armand was having made from her own design by the best dressmaker in La Roche-sur-Yon, home, since this man said so. Besides, there was my name on the brass plate attached to the gate. Babette, our latest maid, came running out to take my packages from the driver, and a curtain stirred on the second floor in my daughter's room. You're not too tired, sir? I hope you'll have some breakfast first. Madame Alavoine has already sent down twice to ask if you were back. That train was late again, wasn't it? That's just what I told her. The hall with its creamy white walls, and on the hat rack, coats of mine, my hats, my cane, the voice of my youngest child upstairs. Is that you, Papa? Did you see Santa Claus? I asked Babette, are there many patients already? Because at poor people's doctors, patients have to wait their turn and come early. The smell of coffee. That morning it nauseated me. I took off my wet shoes, and there was a large hole in one of my socks. Why, your feet are soaking, sir. Hush, Babette. I went up the white staircase with its rose-red carpet held in place by brass rods. I kissed my oldest daughter, who was leaving for school. Armand was supervising the other little girl's bath. I still don't understand why you didn't spend the night at Gaillard's as usual. When you telephoned me last night, you didn't seem quite yourself. You're not ill. Who? Has anything upset you? No, everything's all right. I did all the shopping. I'll look at the things when I come downstairs. Madame Gringoire telephoned again this morning and insisted that you go to see her the moment you get back. She can't come to the office. She waited for 2 hours last night in the drawing room, entertaining me with all her troubles. I'll change and go right away. At the door I turned like a dolt. By the way, what? Nothing. I'll see you later. I had been on the point of blurting out that someone was coming for luncheon. Someone I had met by chance. The daughter of a friend. I don't know what. I was ready to invent anything at all. It was childish, clumsy. But I had just decided that Martine was going to lunch at the house. I felt that she must take her first meal at La Roche in the intimacy of my home, and even, you may think what you like of me, that she must meet Armand, about whom I had talked so much. I took my bath, I shaved, I got my car out of the garage, and I went to see my old lady, who lives alone in a little house at the other end of town, twice. I made a point of passing in front of the Hotel de l'Europe to look up at the windows. Angèle had said she was giving Martine number 78. I had no idea where the room was, but there was one corner room on the second floor where the curtains were drawn, and I gazed up at it with emotion. I went into the poker bar, Your Honor, the place I told you about, where I almost never set foot, and that morning I drank a glass of white wine, which I had had nothing to eat, seemed to burn a hole in my stomach. Bouquet hasn't been in yet. After the night they spent, he and his gang, there's not a chance of his appearing before 5 or 6 o'clock this evening. They were still here when the first Paris train left. When I got home, Armand was telephoning the dressmaker to announce that she had the buttons and to make an appointment. I didn't see my mother. I was able to reach my office and sluice out my patients one after the other. More and more. As the time passed, I had the impression that I was wasting my life. The day was gray, joyless. The window of the little office in which I write out prescriptions overlooks the garden, where the dark shrubs were quietly dripping. As for the window in my consulting room, it was of ground glass, and the electric light had to be kept on all day. Little by little, an idea was taking root in my mind, which at first had seemed to me absurd, but which became less so as time passed. As patient succeeded patient, didn't I have 2 colleagues right here in La Roche-sur-Yon, with no larger clientele than mine, who had a nurse to assist them, without counting the specialists, like my friend Dambois, all of whom had nurses? I had begun to detest Raoul Bouquet, and yet, Your Honor, I can truly say, for a doctor is in a position to know such things, that as a man I had no cause to envy him. Quite the contrary. And just because he is rotten with physical taints, I got all the more furious at the thought of any kind of intimacy between him and Martine. 11 o'clock, you understand. 11:30, a poor kid, I can still see him with mumps and an enormous bandage around his head. Then a whitlow to be lanced. Others. There were always others who took the place of the preceding ones on the benches. She would not come. It was impossible to believe that she would come. And why? Will you tell me? Should she come? A work casualty was brought to me in a small truck because I am doctor for the insurance company, with a swagger. The man pointed to his crushed thumb, saying, "Chop it off, for Christ's sake, Go ahead, chop it off. I bet you haven't the guts to chop it off. Am I going to have to do it myself? When I saw him out, sweat was pouring over my eyes so that I could hardly see, and I almost called the next patient before I noticed her, dressed in the same dark tailored suit she had worn the day before, with the same hat, sitting at the very end of the benches. God, how stupid to have to use the same words which have served so long to express banalities. My throat contracted, as tight as an artery tied with catgut. What else can I say? How else describe it? My throat in a knot. I crossed the room. Instead of standing as I always did, with one hand holding the door open. She told me later that I was terrifying. It is possible. I had been so afraid. And I promise you, I didn't worry at that moment about what the 5 or 6 patients who were waiting their turn, perhaps for hours, would think. I planted myself in front of her. This also I learned from her. I no longer tried to control myself. I said, my teeth clenched, almost menacingly, "Come in." Could I really have looked so terrifying? I was too frightened for that. I had been too frightened. I did not yet feel reassured. I had to wait for her to go through the door and to close it. Then, it seems, I heaved a sigh as hoarse as a groan, and letting my arms, grown lifeless, fall to my sides, I articulated, "You came at the trial." What I was most severely blamed for was having brought a woman, having brought my mistress into our home. I think in their eyes that was my greatest crime, and that they would even, at a pinch, have forgiven my having committed murder. But bringing Martine face to face with Armand, that made them so indignant that they were at a loss to qualify my conduct. What would you have done, Your Honor? Could I have gone away then and there? Would that have seemed more normal? Just like that, the very first day, without giving it a thought, did I even know where we were headed? There was only one thing I knew, just one, and that was that I could not live without her, and that I felt a physical pain as violent as that of my most afflicted patients the moment she was not near me, the moment I no longer saw her, no longer heard her. It was suddenly A total vacuum. Is this so very extraordinary? Am I the only man to have been caught in this vortex? Am I the first man to have hated as I hated anyone who might approach her in my absence? One might have thought so to hear those gentlemen of the law, who sometimes looked at me with indignation, sometimes with pity, more often with indignation. Note that when I saw her in the light of my office, I was almost disillusioned. She had again the brittle look of the girl of the previous day, the look she had had before, perhaps because she was nervous, ill at ease. She affected her old assurance of a habitué of smart bars. I sought some trace of what had happened to us and found none. No matter, even that way. I was not going to let her go. I would not be free for another hour at least. I could have asked her to come back later, but I didn't want her to go away from the house. I didn't even want to leave her alone in my house. Someone must guard her. Listen, you are going to lunch here at the house. Yes, you are. No need to mention that we met yesterday, for Armand is naturally suspicious, and my mother even more so, for both of them. You came to me this morning with a letter of introduction from Dr. Artari of Paris, whom I know slightly and whom my wife does not know. She was not convinced, but she felt that it was not the moment to cross me. You can talk about bouquet. That would even be wiser, but you should imply that you have been working for a Dr. Artari. For instance, I was in such a hurry to arrange all this that my hand was already on the knob of the door leading to the house. My name is Engelbert, she said. Martine Engelbert. I'm Belgian from Liège. She smiled. It was true. I did not know her family name, and that would have been embarrassing when I introduced her. You'll see. Leave everything to me. I was wild. I'm sorry if you find it ridiculous. Your Honor. I had brought her to my home. It was almost a trap. I felt a little as if I were appropriating her, and it wouldn't have taken much for the idea of locking her up to have occurred to me. I could hear one of my patients coughing in the waiting room. Come, lightly. I touched my lips to her lips. I went ahead. We were in my front hall, the drawing room on the left. The smell that floated in the air was the smell of my house, and she was in my house. I caught sight of Mama in the drawing room, and I rushed over to her. Listen, Mama, I want to introduce a young girl who was sent to me by Dr. Artari, a physician I know in Paris. She has come to work in La Roche, where she doesn't know a soul. I have invited her to have lunch with us. Mama, as she rose, dropped her ball of wool. I entrust her to your care. I must return to my patients. Tell Babette to be sure to give us a good luncheon. Was I on the point of singing when I left? I wonder if I wasn't actually humming when I closed the door of my office. I had the impression of having won such a victory, and to tell the truth, I was proud of my cunning. Think of it. She was under Mama's protection. No man could talk to her while they were together, and Martine, whether she wanted to or not, would continue to live in my atmosphere. Even if Armand came downstairs, I didn't know whether she had gone out or not, but it would not be long before they found themselves face to face. All right, Armand would guard her for me too, in high spirits, with a feeling of relief I had never known before. I opened the door into the waiting room. Next, open your mouth. Cough. Breathe. Don't breathe. She was there, not 10 yards away from me. When I went near the little door at the back, I could hear the murmur of voices. It was too confused for me to recognize her voice, but she was nevertheless there. I think you were in court when the prosecutor, raising his arms to heaven, addressed not me, but some mysterious power. What could this man have hoped for? I smiled, my hideous smile. You know I smiled, and I said very low, but distinctly enough so that one of my 2 guards heard me, to be happy. In reality, I never asked myself the question. I was lucid enough, in spite of everything, to foresee all the complications, the endless difficulties. Don't talk to me of the primrose path of vice, as some imbecile did at my trial. There was no primrose path. There was no vice. There was a man who did what he did because he could not do otherwise, and that's that. He did it because what was suddenly at stake after 40 years was his own happiness, which nobody had ever bothered about before. Not even himself, a happiness he had not sought, which had been given him gratuitously and which he had not the right to throw away. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I shock you, but after all, I too have the right to talk, and I have this advantage over the others, that I know what I'm talking about. I have paid the price. They have never paid anything, and therefore I do not admit their right to meddle in what they know nothing about. It can't be helped if you, like the others, pronounce the word cynicism. At the point I've reached it is of no importance. Cynicism. So be it. If you like. Since that morning, in fact, perhaps since some moment, I don't know just when, of that night, I accepted in advance everything that might happen. Everything, Your Honor. Do you hear everything except losing her? Everything except to have her go away, to live without her, to feel again that appalling pain in my chest. I had no preconceived plan. It is false to say that that morning when I introduced her to my mother, I was bringing my concubine God. How certain words give away the people who use them under the conjugal roof. I had to find a shelter for her at once. For the rest, it could be decided later. The important thing was to keep her from having any contact with Bouquet or with any other man. I continued seeing patients, my soul at peace. When I entered the drawing room, the three women were sitting there like ladies paying calls, and Martine was holding my youngest daughter on her lap. Had the pleasure of meeting your wife, she said without the least irony, without any kind of intention, simply because she had to say something. There were 3 little glasses of port on the table, and in the center, our beautiful cut-glass carafe. The drawing room was really pretty that morning, with the tulle curtains hiding the dreary grayness that enveloped the city. Mademoiselle Engelbert has been telling us all about her family. Armand gave me a little sign I knew very well, which meant that she wanted to speak to me privately. I must go down to the cellar and pick out a special bottle of wine, I said, and then, without the least hypocrisy, I assure you, gaily, because suddenly I felt gay. Tell me, mademoiselle, what wines do you prefer, white or red, dry or sweet? Dry. That is if Madame à la Voine. I left the room. Armand followed me. Do you think we can leave her at the hotel until she finds an apartment? She went to the Europe this morning. If Artari recommended her to you, what does he say in his letter? I hadn't thought of that. I should have a letter. He asks me to have an eye on her for a while. He doesn't like the position offered her at Bouquets, but we can look into that later. If I knew that it would only be for a few days, I would ask her to stay. She could have the green room. There you are, Your Honor, the green room, next to Mamma's, separated from mine by my daughters. Do as you think best. Poor Martine, who must have heard us whispering in the hall, not knowing, never dreaming of the turn things were taking. Mamma was talking, and she pretended to be listening while straining her ears to hear what we were saying. More dead than alive. She would not see Bouquet. She would not work for him. That was decided. I didn't lose any time. You see, it was destiny. Your Honor, it was a force that was beyond us. I was so grateful to Armand that I looked at her during luncheon as I had probably never looked at her before. With real affection. A perfect luncheon which Mama had been allowed to superintend. We weren't hungry, Martine and I, and ate without paying much attention. Our eyes laughed. We were gay. Everybody was gay, Your Honor, as by a miracle. Presently, my husband will go to the hotel to pick up your baggage. But I insist. I don't think it will be difficult to find a furnished apartment. After lunch, I'll do a little telephoning. We wanted to go to the hotel together. We already felt the need of being alone. We dared not go about it too precipitately. The suggestion could not come from me. It was then I saw how artful Martine was. I almost said, what a hussy she was. The ladies were finishing their coffee. I was about to leave. Would you mind, Madame à la Voine, if I went to the hotel too? Then lowering her voice, as though in confidence, there are a few little things lying round the room, and Armand had understood. Little feminine secrets. By Jove, little modesties. It wasn't for a great brute like me to be going into a young girl's room, handling her lingerie, her personal possessions. I can still hear Armand lowering her voice to advise me, while Martine was putting on her funny little hat in front of the mirror in the hall. Let her go up alone. It's more tactful. You would embarrass her. The car, my car, the two of us inside, I at the wheel, Martine beside me, and my city, the streets I walked along every day. "It's marvelous," I said. "Doesn't it frighten you a little bit? Do you think we should accept?" She did not make fun of Armand now. She felt ashamed in front of her, but no one in the world could have stopped me now. I went up with her. Even before closing the door, I took her in my arms, almost smothering her in my embrace, and I literally devoured her mouth. The bed had not been made, but the idea of possessing her at that moment never occurred to me. Granted, it was important. It was while I was hugging her like an animal that I understood. But this was not the moment. There were other things to accomplish immediately. I had to take her home again, Your Honor, and never more triumphantly has bridegroom taken home his bride. I had to moderate the light in my eyes, the radiance of my whole being. "I have telephoned already," Armand announced, "and I have an address." Then, taking me aside, "It would be better if I went with her." How I agreed with her, just so there was someone to guard her. And it seemed perfectly natural to me that it should be either my mother or Armand. Duplicity, hypocrisy. No, Your Honor. No, no, no. You can let those who do not know within. You who may soon know. You who, unless I am very much mistaken, will know one day the irresistible force of life. That's all of life which had been given to me at last. Given to me who, for so long, had been only a man without a shadow. Chapter 7. There isn't an incident, a word, a gesture of those days that I have forgotten, and yet it would be impossible for me to reconstruct the events in their chronological order. It's more of a tangle of memories, each with its own life, each forming a whole, and it is often the more meaningless ones that stand out in the sharpest outlines. For instance, I see myself that afternoon, about 6 o'clock, opening the door into the poker bar. In the morning, I still had a ghost of a reason for going there. But now that I had decided that Martine, no matter what happened, should not become Raoul Bouquet's secretary, and, you see, I may even be mistaken all at once. I wonder if it wasn't the following day. I can still feel the icy wind rushing up under my overcoat when I got out of the car, and see, in a row and slanting gently downhill. The few lights along the street, shop lights powerless to snare a single customer in such a squall. Right beside me, the creamy and slightly rosy light of the bar, and as soon as I opened the door, an atmosphere of pleasant warmth and cordiality. There were so many people in the smoke of the pipes and cigarettes that the newcomer had the impression of being snubbed, of not having been taken into the secret. If the streets were deserted, if only a few wretches roamed them aimlessly, it was because everybody had met everybody else at the poker bar and at other places of the sort, behind closed doors where they couldn't be seen. What had I come for? Nothing. I was there simply to look at Bouquet, not even to defy him. For what had I to say to him just to look at a man who, one night, when he was drunk, had met Martine, had spoken to her before me, bought her a drink, and had almost become her boss? Would he have become her lover into the bargain? I didn't speak to him. He was too drunk for that, and he didn't even notice I was there. It is here in prison, a perfect place for thinking, that this fact has struck me almost all my memories of the holiday season in the Vendée, as far back as I can remember, are memories of clear weather, a somewhat greenish yellow light, glossy, like certain colored postcards, rarely with snow, almost always a dry cold. But that year, last year, Your Honor, I see only dark days where, in most offices, the lights were turned on, the pavements black under the rain, black windy nights that began too early, and those scattered lights in the city which give to the provinces a character at once so intimate and so sad. That is what reminded me of Caen. But I had no time to dwell on the past. I lived in such a continual tension that I wonder how, if only physically, I was able to stand it. Above all, I wonder how those who saw me failed to understand what was happening to me. How could certain persons have seen me coming and going without suspecting that I was living through an extraordinary moment? Was I really the only one to be conscious of it? Several times Armand looked at me with anxious curiosity, not anxious for me, anxious because she could not bear not to understand, because instinctively she resisted anything that threatened the order she herself had established around her. Luck was with me. At that time, we were having, almost simultaneously, an epidemic of grippe and of scarlatina, which kept me breathless from morning to night, and sometimes from night to morning. The waiting room was never empty. Under the glass porch, there were always a dozen or more open umbrellas dripping along the wall, and the floors were constantly streaked with water and mud from all the wet feet. The telephone never stopped ringing. My more astute patients and my friends would come to the front door and would be circumspectly shown into my office between two ordinary patients. I joyously welcomed all this work. I needed this feverish activity to excuse my own feverish excitement. It was almost impossible for Martine and me to see each other alone. But she was in my house, and that was enough for me. I would often make noises just so that she would hear me, so that she would never cease to be conscious of my presence. In the morning, I adopted the habit of humming while I shaved, and she understood so well that a few moments later I would hear her singing in her room. Mama, I'd be willing to swear, understood this too. She said nothing. She let nothing appear. It is true that she had no reason to love Armand. Quite the contrary. Is it indecent of me to speculate still further and to imagine a certain inner jubilation in my mother as, little by little, she made these discoveries which she kept strictly to herself, at all events, as I learned later. In fact, she herself has admitted it. She had guessed everything after the second or third day, and it disturbs me a little now to think that things which I thought so secret, which love alone rendered acceptable, have had a lucid and silent witness. It was in the morning of the third day, during my office hours, that Armand, ordering a taxi so as not to bother me, took Martine to Madame Desbur's, where she had found a room with a kitchen. The second, the third day, it all seemed so long to me then. And although it hasn't been even a year yet, how long ago it seems, so much longer. For instance, than my daughter's diphtheria or my marriage to Armand 10 years ago. Because during those 10 years nothing vital happened for Martine and me. On the contrary, the world was changing from hour to hour. Things were happening so rapidly that we did not always have time to keep each other informed of events or of our own evolution. I had said to her hurriedly in passing, "You're not going to bouquets. I've found something else. Just leave it to me." In spite of my assurance, I did not really feel certain, and, in any case, I thought it would take weeks, if not months. I was certain of it without being certain. I wanted it without knowing how I should go about it. There were so many obstacles in the way of such a project. What could be done in the meantime, I couldn't even keep Martine, who was down to her last franc, and would not have let me anyway. 40, 50 patients a day, Your Honor. And not only in my office, but in town, in the suburbs, some in the country, so that because of our bad roads in the Vendée, I practically lived in riding breeches and boots. Add to all this preparations for Christmas, presents for the children and for the grown-ups, the Christmas tree and ornaments to be bought, and the crèche used in former years, which I had not yet had time to have repaired. Is it any wonder that I'm confused about the exact order of events? But I remember clearly that it was 10 o'clock in the morning, and that I had a patient in my office wearing a black shawl, when I gave myself a deadline of a few weeks, 3 weeks, to bring Armand around to my way of thinking. But that very day at noon, Babette knocked on the door of my office, which meant that my bouillon was waiting for me. For in times of unusual stress, I was in the habit of interrupting my consultations for a few moments to drink a bowl of hot bouillon in the kitchen. Armand's idea, as a matter of fact, when I think back, I perceive that everything I did was regulated by Armand, and so naturally that I did not even realize it. I was really exhausted. My hand shook a little from nervousness as I picked up the bowl. My wife happened to be in the kitchen making a cake at the time. "Things can't go on like this," I said, taking advantage of the fact that it would be impossible to engage in a long discussion and that she would hardly have time to reply. If I were sure that young girl was dependable, I think I'd engage her as an assistant. But all these preoccupations I have just told you about were, Your Honor, what counted the least. The real cause of my feverish state lay elsewhere. You see, I was at the painful, the important stage of the discovery. I did not know Martine. I was hungry to know her. It was not curiosity, but an almost physical need, and every hour lost was painful, physically painful too. So many things can happen in an hour. In spite of my dearth of imagination, I thought of all the possible catastrophes, and the worst one of all was that from one moment to the next she would not be the same. I was conscious of the miracle that had occurred, and there was no reason for the miracle to continue. We simply had to learn to know one another at once, no matter what the cost, to complete our total knowledge. Go to the end of what, without wanting to. We had started at Nanti. Only then, I said to myself, would I be happy? Only then would I be able to look at her with calm and confident eyes. Would I then, perhaps, be able to leave her for a few hours without trembling with suspense? I had 1,000 questions to ask her, 1,000 things to tell her. I could only talk to her on rare occasions during the day, and always in the presence of my mother or Armand. We had begun at the end. It was urgent. It was indispensable to fill the voids which gave me a sort of vertigo. For example, just to hold her hand without saying a word. If I slept at all during this period, I have no recollection of it, and I'm sure it must have been very little. I lived like a sleepwalker. My eyes were glassy. My eyelids tingled. My skin was too tender, the signs that one has reached the end of one's endurance. I can see myself in the middle of the night, biting my pillow in a rage, thinking of her sleeping only a few feet away from me. At night, she would cough a few times before going to sleep, which was her way of sending me a final message. I would cough in answer, and I'd be willing to swear that my mother understood this coughing language too. I don't know what would have happened if things had dragged on much longer. If they had taken place as I had envisaged. One is apt to imagine that nerves can snag like violin strings which are too tightly stretched. This is absurd. Of course. But I think one fine day I would have been capable, at table, or in the drawing room, in the street, or no matter where, of suddenly starting to yell for no apparent reason, Armand said, without making any of the objections I had expected. Wait at least until after Christmas before speaking to her. We'll have to discuss it first. You and I. I am obliged to give you a few more professional details. You know that in the provinces, we doctors are still in the habit, for our most important patients, of waiting until the end of the year before sending our bill. It is a doctor's nightmare. It was mine. Naturally, we do not always keep an exact account of our visits. It is necessary to go over our appointment book, page by page, make an approximate estimate that won't startle our patient too much. Up to that time, Armand had always undertaken this task. I had never had to ask her, for she liked such minute and orderly exercises, and, moreover, ever since our marriage, she had quite naturally taken charge of my financial affairs, to such an extent that I was reduced to asking her for money when I wanted to buy anything. At night, as I was undressing, she would collect the money I took out of my pockets, the amount I had received in cash for my visits during the day, and would even frown sometimes and ask for an explanation. I would have to go over again my round of visits. Remember all the patients I had seen, those who had paid and those who had not paid this year. Nevertheless, Armand complained of being overwhelmed with work, and I took advantage of a moment when I saw her plunged in her accounts to say she could also help you little by little, getting the hang of it. Who knows if it wasn't a trait of Armand's character which so hastened matters that I was the first to be surprised. She has always liked to manage things, whether the house or anything else. If she really loved her first husband, if, as I was always being told, she was wonderful to him, wasn't it because he was ill? Because he was at her mercy, could count on nobody but her, and because she could treat him like a child. To dominate was a need of her nature, and I don't believe it was through petty vanity or even pride. It was, I think, rather to preserve and increase the feeling that she had about herself, that she needed to keep her equilibrium. She had not been able to live with her father for the very reason that her father was not impressed by her and continued to treat her as a little girl, to live his own life just as though she were not in the same house. As time went on, I wonder if she would not have fallen ill or become neurasthenic. For 10 years, she had under her thumb, first of all, Me, who had not tried to resist and who always yielded for the sake of peace, to the point of asking her opinion even about buying a necktie or the smallest instrument of my profession, to the point of accounting to her for all my movements. There was also my mother, who had yielded in her own way, who had retired to the place assigned her by Armand while still safeguarding her personality, who, it is true, obeyed because she felt that she was not at home, but remained impermeable to her daughter-in-law's influence. Then there were my daughters, naturally more pliable. The maid, a servant who had a character of her own, did not last long in our house. No more than one who did not admire my wife. Finally, there were all our friends, or practically all of them, all the young women of our circle who came to ask her advice. This had happened so often that Armand no longer waited to be asked, but offered her advice of her own accord on every occasion, and people had told her so often that she was never wrong, and it had become accepted as such a foregone conclusion in certain milieus of La Roche that she could no longer conceive of a contradiction being possible. You see why it was a stroke of genius, mentioning those end-of-the-year bills. It was putting Martine under her thumb. It was one more human being coming under her domination. The girl seems quite intelligent, she murmured, but I wonder if she is methodical enough. Because of this, Your Honor. The evening I went to see Martine for the first time in her new apartment at Madame de Bour's, I had two pieces of good news to announce. First, that my wife invited her to spend Christmas Eve with us, something I should never have dared hope. And second, that before the end of the year, in less than 10 days, she would, in all likelihood, be my assistant. In spite of this, all afternoon, I had the sensation of being at a loose end. Martine was no longer in the house. At luncheon, she was not at the table, and I almost began to doubt my memories, to ask myself if the day before she had really been seated there opposite me, between Armand and my mother. She was alone in a house which I didn't know, except from the outside. She was beyond my control. She was seeing other people. She spoke to them, no doubt, smiled at them, and I couldn't rush right over to her. I had to make my round of visits, come back to my wolves twice for urgent cases. One more professional detail. Your Honor, forgive me, but it is necessary. When I had to go to see patients in town, I was supposed, before leaving, like most doctors, to list the names of the patients I was about to visit, so that in case of an emergency, I could be reached by telephone at one house or another. In this way, every moment of my time could be checked. This was one of the established rules Armand insisted upon above all others. If, as I was leaving, I forgot to write down all the addresses in the notebook, kept in the hall for the purpose, she was quick to notice it, and I would not have started my car before she was knocking on the window to call me back. How many times in my life have I been called back like that I couldn't say anything? She was right. Still not sure today if it was through jealousy she acted in this way. And I believe, without believing, that it was. Do you want me to explain what I think? Once for all, there was never any question of love between us. You know what happened before our marriage. Love for her, if love there was, and I'm willing to accord her that, was in the past. It was for her first husband who had died. Our marriage was a marriage of reason. She liked my house. She liked a certain kind of life I could give her. As for me, I had my 2 daughters, and no one but my old mamma to look after them, which did not seem to me desirable. Did she come to love me later on? This question has bothered me in the last few months, and especially lately. Formerly, I should have replied no, without hesitation. I was convinced that she loved no one but herself, that she had never loved anyone but herself. If she was jealous, it was of her influence over me. You understand. She was afraid of seeing me break the leash she held in her hands. I used to think all this and many other things, for even before Martine, I had my hours of revolt. Now that I'm on the other side, and that I feel so detached from everything, I am much more indulgent or understanding. Take, for example, when she was on the witness stand, she might very well have made me bristle by her attitude, by her calm, by her self-assurance. You felt, and she wanted you to feel, that she harbored no resentment towards me, that she was ready, if I should be acquitted, to take me back and to nurse me as a sick man. That too can be explained by her need of dominating, her need of having a more and more exalted idea of herself, of her character. Well, I no longer think so. Without speaking of love, for now I know what the word means. I am convinced that, in a sense, she really loved me a little, the way she loves my daughters, and she has always been perfect towards my daughters. Everybody at La Roche will tell you that she has acted and still does act just like their own mother. She has adopted them to such an extent that I have gradually and unconsciously lost interest in them. I ask their pardon. I am their father. How can I explain to them that it is just because, as a father, I was left too little place? Armand has loved me as she loved them, calmly and with an indulgent severity. I have never been her husband, much less her lover. I was someone she had taken under her charge, for whom she had assumed the responsibility, in whom, consequently, she felt she had proprietary rights, including that of regulating all my comings and goings. That I believe is the secret of her jealousy. Mine, damn it all. When I knew Martine was of a different sort, and I wouldn't want anyone to know jealousy like that. I don't know why that day, more than any other, remains in my mind as a day of lights and darkness. I had the impression of spending my time going from the cold obscurity of the street into the warm luminosity of interiors. From outside I saw soft lighted windows, golden shades. I covered a few yards of darkness. I removed my wet coat, and for a moment I participated in the life of a strange fireside, conscious all the time of the darkness on the other side of the window panes. God, what a state I was in! She is alone in her apartment. Fat Mame de Beurre will surely go up to see her. I clung to this reassuring thought. Mame de Beurre is a woman of uncertain age who has had misfortunes. Her husband was a tax collector. She lived not far from the station in a rather pretty red brick house of 2 stories, with 3 steps leading up to a front door of polished oak overloaded with brasses. During her whole married life, she wanted to have children and had consulted me on the subject. She had seen all my colleagues. She had gone to Nantes, even to Paris, receiving always the same reply. Her husband had got himself killed by a train in the station of La Roche, not 200 yards from their house. And since then, dreading the loneliness, she had rented her second-floor apartment furnished. To think of my being content at the thought that a Madame de Bourg, after my mother and Armand, was with Martine. A dozen times I was on the point of going to see her between two calls. I also passed in front of the poker bar. I had even less reason for going in now, and yet I almost did. We dined to the accompaniment of forks and plates. I still had a few calls to make in town. Perhaps I'll drop in to see if that young girl has everything she needs. I have to write to Artari tomorrow and tell him how she's getting on. I feared some opposition, some objection. Armand, although she must have heard, said nothing, and my mother alone gave a rather too insistent look. It is a wide avenue. It runs along the old ramparts, a neighborhood of barracks. There aren't more than 2 or 3 shops to throw a rectangle of light on the sidewalk. I was feverish. My heart pounded. I saw the house with a light on the ground floor and another light upstairs. I rang the bell. I heard Madame de Bourg's slippers flip-flapping down the hall. "Oh, it's you, Doctor. The young lady has just come in." I went upstairs 4 steps at a time. I knocked. While I stared at the line of light under the door, a placid voice bade me come in. There was a blue silk shade over the lamp, and under the shade smoke was curling. Why did I scowl? Why did I have that empty feeling? No doubt I was expecting immediately to have Martine standing there, her body pressed against mine. I had to look all around the room before I saw her lying on the bed in her clothes, smiling, a cigarette in her mouth. Then, instead of rushing over to embrace her, instead of announcing my 2 pieces of good news, which I had kept repeating to myself all the way, brutally I asked, "What are you doing there?" Never in my life had I spoken like that. I have never been domineering. I have always been afraid of shocking, of wounding. My voice surprised me. Smiling, she replied, but perhaps already with a shade of anxiety in her eyes, "I was taking a rest while waiting for you to come. You didn't know that I was coming, but I did." What irritated me, I think, was to find her looking exactly as I had seen her at the American bar in Nantes, with her cover girl smile, which I was beginning to hate. You went out. I had to eat. Here, there was nothing ready. I felt like being cruel to her. I, who had been so patient with Armand, whom I did not love. It was so simple to go over to her, to kiss her, to put her in my arms. I had been thinking about it all day. I had lived that moment 100 times in advance, and everything was happening differently. I remained standing, without even taking off my overcoat, with my boots dripping on the carpet. Where did you have dinner? In a little restaurant called the Green Oak. Somebody told me about, not Madame de Bourgh at any rate. I knew the Green Oak. It is not a restaurant for strangers who would have difficulty finding it. Tucked away at the back of a courtyard which looks like the courtyard of a farm. It is practically a pension, frequented by bachelor functionaries of the city, habitués, and a few traveling salesmen who pass through La Roche periodically. You had a cocktail, I'll bet. She was no longer smiling. She was sitting on the edge of the bed and was looking at me with an anxious, hurt expression, like a little girl who wonders why she is being scolded. After all, she didn't know me yet. She had no idea what my true character was, what our love would be. And yet, Your Honor, that love, whatever it would be, she accepted. Do you understand what that means? I myself understood it only much later. It was tense and haunted by a fixed idea, like a man who has drunk too much. You went to the poker bar. I had no idea she had, but I had been so afraid of it that I made the statement, feeling almost certain that I was not wrong. I think that is what it's called. I couldn't stay shut up all day. I had to have some air. I took a little walk. And you wanted a drink. Damn it all. Wasn't everything I knew about her mixed up with bars? You couldn't wait, could you, to wallow in your filthy atmosphere again, because that atmosphere was what I hated most in the whole world. Those high stools where she perched with her legs crossed so naturally, and the cigarette case she took out of her bag. The cigarette stained with lipstick, which she couldn't do without any more than she could do without cocktails, which she would watch being mixed. And after that, letting her eyes wander from one man to another, seeking attention, hungry for attention. I seized her wrists, not even knowing what I was doing. I jerked her to her feet. Admit that you were missing it already. Admit that you wanted to see Bouquet. Go on. Admit it. I was gripping her wrists hard enough to hurt her. I no longer knew if I loved her or if I hated her. Admit it. I'm so sure I'm right. You just had to go and start something with him. She could have denied it. That is what I expected. I think I should have been satisfied. She hung her head. She stammered, I wonder, perhaps you wanted to play around with him, didn't you? I gave her wrists several hard jerks, and I saw that I was hurting her, that she was frightened, that automatically her eyes sought the door. I think from that day, from that moment, I was ready to strike her. And yet I was moved. I was filled with pity for her. She was so pale, her face drawn with anguish and fatigue. Her cigarette had fallen on the carpet, and she was trying to put it out with her foot for fear of fire. I noticed her movement, and it increased my rage to think that she could, at a moment like this, bother about such a trifle. You had to have a man, didn't you? She shook her head. Admit it. No. You had to have a drink, perhaps. You had to have attention. You have to have men paying attention to you all the time, and you are capable of stopping a policeman on the street with any old excuse, just so he'll make love to you. You're hurting me. You're nothing but a whore. As I uttered the word, I jerked her wrists even harder than before and sent her rolling on the floor. She did not make a sound. She remained there with one arm crooked in front of her face in fear of the blows she was expecting. Get up. She obeyed me slowly, staring at me as though terror-stricken. But there was no trace of hate or resentment in her eyes. Little by little I realized all this, and I was stupefied. I had just behaved like a beast, and she accepted it. I had just insulted her, and she did not resent it. She stammered something like, "Don't hurt me." At that, I stood motionless. I said in a voice which must have sounded much the same as before, "Come here." She hesitated an instant. Finally, she came towards me, still protecting her face with her arm. She was sure that I was going to strike her, but she came. Your Honor, that is the point. she came, and we had met each other for the first time 3 days before. I had no idea of beating her. I wanted her to come of her own accord. When she was close to me, I opened my arms and I pressed her to my breast so hard she could scarcely breathe. While tears filled my eyes, I stammered in her ear, all warm against my cheek. "Forgive me." We were standing in a close embrace, a few steps from the bed. "Did you see him? Who?" All this was no more than a whisper. "You know perfectly well." "No, he wasn't there. And if he had been there, I would have told him that I was not going to be his secretary. But you would have had a drink with him. Perhaps." She was speaking low as at confession. I could not see her eyes, which must have been looking over my shoulder. "Who was it you talked to?" "No one." "You're lying." "Someone must have told you about the green oak." "That's so, but I don't know his name." "He asked you to have a drink, didn't he?" "I think so." "Yes." Suddenly I was sad. Your Honor, a tender sadness. I had the impression that I was holding a sick child in my arms. She was a liar. She was depraved. But just the same, she had come to me when she thought I was going to hurt her. She in turn stammered, "Forgive me." Then these words, which I shall never forget, these words which more than anything else came like an echo from her childhood: "I won't do it again." She too wanted to cry, but she did not cry. She kept very still for fear of unleashing my demons again. And then I drew her gently towards the bed, which still held the imprint of her body. Again she stammered, perhaps with a certain astonishment, "You want to." I wanted to, yes, but not as at Nantes. I wanted to feel that she was mine. I wanted her flesh to mingle intimately with mine, and it was slowly, with full consciousness, my throat tight with emotion, that I took possession of her. I understood right away what was worrying her. The reason for that look of anxiety in her eyes. She was afraid of offending me. She was baffled by the calmness of my caress, which seemed free from voluptuous pleasure. After a long moment, I heard a whisper. Should I? I said no. It wasn't her panting body striving for a deliverance she could not find. It wasn't her haggard eyes, her mouth open as though to utter a cry of despair that I desired today. In fact, I had decided never to desire again. That was what the others had had. That was the old Martine, the Martine of cocktails, cigarettes, and bars. That evening, I never considered her pleasure, nor my own. It was not pleasure I was looking for. What I wanted was, deliberately and with, I repeat, full consciousness of my act, to impregnate her with my substance, and my emotion was that of a man living through the most solemn hour of his life. Once and for all, I accepted my responsibilities, not only mine but hers. I was taking her life in charge, both her present and her past. And that is why, Your Honor, I held her almost sadly in my arms. She remained calm and serious as soon as she felt me melting into her. She turned her head slightly on the pillow, probably to hide her tears. Her hand sought mine, pressed my fingers with the same deliberateness and tenderness as mine when I possessed her. We lay there for a long time like that in silence. And now we heard Madame de Bourg moving about downstairs, intentionally making a lot of noise. Annoyed, probably, by our long tete-a-tete. These perfectly transparent wiles of hers ended by amusing us. For the good woman, every now and then, would come to the foot of the stairs and stand there listening, as though worried not to hear our voices. Was it because she had heard Martine's fall? Quietly I disengaged myself. I almost forgot to tell you. You are invited to spend Christmas Eve at the house. And I had imagined myself shouting the words in an outburst of joy. But here I was, speaking of it in the simplest way in the world, as though of some fortuitous event, another thing, after the holidays, probably the day after New Year's. You will work with me as my assistant. We had already gone beyond that. I have to go. She rose. She smoothed her hair a little before coming up to me, putting her two arms on my shoulders and, in an artless gesture, holding up her lips to mine. Good night, Charles. Good night, Martine. The throatiness of her voice that evening moved me to the depth of my being. To hear it once more, I repeated, Good night, Martine. Good night, Charles. I took another look around the room and moved away. I stammered, "Tomorrow." She did not ask me what time, and that meant she would be waiting for me all day, because in the future she would always be waiting for me. I had to leave quickly, for my emotion was too much for me, and I did not want to give in to it again. I needed to be alone, to be once more in the cool darkness of the street, the solitude of the deserted avenues. She opened the door for me. I don't know how we managed to break away from one another. I had already gone down a few steps when she repeated, in exactly the same tone of voice as before, like an incantation, and indeed, from that evening on, it became a kind of incantation. "Good night, Charles." Little did we care for Madame de Bourg spying on us behind her half-open door. "Good night, Martine. I won't go there any more. You know." I rushed out. I had just time to reach my car and to slip in behind the wheel before bursting into tears. And as I drove along, the street lamps and the headlights of the few cars I passed were so blurred that I had to draw up to the curb and stop for some time. A policeman came up, looked in, recognized me. "Your car break down, doctor." I didn't want him to see my face. I took my appointment book out of my pocket. I pretended to be consulting it. No, just looking up an address. Chapter 8. We spent a quiet Christmas among ourselves. Armand, my mother, my daughters, Martine, my friend Frachon, and I. Frachon is a bald-headed bachelor who has no family at La Roche, one of those bachelors. In fact, who takes his meals at the Green Oak, and whom for years we always invited for Christmas Eve. Armand received a piece of jewelry, a platinum clip which she had wanted for some time. She seldom wears jewelry, but she likes to own it. And I think the first time I ever saw her lose her composure, even to the point of actually weeping, was the day that, wanting to offer her a little present of no importance, I had bought her some imitation pearls. I don't say that she is avaricious. Even if she were, I should not think myself justified in resenting it or blaming her, for everyone has his own vice. She likes to possess beautiful things, valuable things, even if she never takes them out of her drawer. I had bought nothing of value for Martine, for fear of attracting attention. I even pushed caution so far as to ask my wife to buy 2 or 3 pairs of silk stockings to give her. This very peaceful Christmas was invoked in court. I don't know if you were present. The prosecutor stigmatized my cynicism, accusing me of having, by ignoble and hypocritical means, insinuated my concubine into the family circle. I did not protest. I never once protested, and yet many times I had the distinct sensation that these men, including my own lawyers, who for me were birds of the same feather, were not acting in good faith. There are limits to stupidity or to candor. Among doctors, we do not talk of disease and of curing disease the way we do to our patients. And when it is a question of a man's honor, of a man's liberty personally, I didn't give a damn since I was pleading guilty. Often against them, but, as I say, when it is a question of a man's honor, one doesn't mouth moral platitudes for Sunday schools. And my crime, after an hour of arguments, I had already understood that it was and would remain relegated to second place, that as little would be said about it as possible. My crime was embarrassing, shocking, and did not belong to the category of things that could happen to you, that threaten you. This feeling was so evident that I should not have been surprised to hear one of the gentlemen declare she got what she deserved. But my concubine under the conjugal roof, and that Christmas Eve, so calm and so austere, so happy, yes, Your Honor, so happy. Armand, who still suspected nothing, spent the evening teasing Frachon, who is her regularly appointed butt and who revels in his role. I played and chattered with my daughters for a long time, while Mamma told Martine all about our life at Ormois, and on this subject she is inexhaustible. We all kissed one another at midnight, and before that, I had gone to the dining room to light the candles on the tree and to put the chilled champagne on the table. I kissed Martine last. Isn't it a night when one has a right to kiss everybody? And I did it chastely. I assure you, without any improper insistence. Now, why, when it was time to go to bed, shouldn't my wife have gone upstairs by herself and let me go home with Martine, instead of asking Frachon to take her? Don't protest, you honor. haven't finished. And this is a question I've wanted for a long time to examine fully. I asked why, and I'm going to explain the reason for my question. At that period, it had been months, I might say years, since Armand and I had had sexual relations. For during the last few years, if it happened once in a long time, it was only by some unexpected accident. So unexpected that afterwards Armand was embarrassed. This sexual question was never discussed between us. It had been none the less plain to both of us from the beginning of our marriage that we were not attracted to each other physically. She put up with this semi-chastity. That's true. As for me, although I occasionally indulged in banal distractions outside, I haven't mentioned them because they were too trifling to mention. I wanted them to be trifling because I was brought up to respect what exists. What is to respect a thing? Not because it is respectable, but because it is. After all, it is in the name of this principle that they too, all the gentlemen of the law, discoursed, and my house was, my family was. And to safeguard them both, I restricted myself for years to living the life of an automaton instead of that of a man, until sometimes I felt like sinking down on the nearest bench and never getting up again. On the witness stand, Armand said, "And this time you were present, for I noticed you in the crowd. I have given him 10 years of my life, and should he be free tomorrow, I am ready to give him the rest. No, Your Honor, no." Why can't people be honest or think before they pronounce phrases like that, which start a little shiver of admiration running through an audience? Note that today I am convinced Armand did not speak in that way to make an impression on the judges or on the public or on the press. It has taken me a long time to come to this conclusion, but now willing to admit her sincerity. And that is what is so terrifying, that there can exist for years between two people living together such irremediable misunderstandings. In what way, will you tell? In what way did she give me 10 years of her life? Where are they, those 10 years? What have I done with them? Where have I put them? Forgive this bitter jesting. Those 10 years, all joking apart. She lived them herself, and you can't deny it. She came into my house to live them, and what's more, to live them in her own way. I didn't force her to. I didn't deceive her as to the fate that awaited her. It isn't my fault if our customs or laws provide that when a man and a woman enter a house to live together, even if they're only 18 years old, they solemnly engage to live in exactly the same way until they die. During those 10 years, not only did she live her own life, but she imposed it on all the rest of us. Moreover, had it been otherwise, had we been on an equal footing, I could still have answered her, granted that you gave me 10 years of your life. I also gave you 10 years of mine. We're quits. Perhaps she did not always do what she wanted to during those 10 years. Didn't she devote herself to the care of my daughters? Didn't she nurse me during a short illness? Didn't she give up trips she would like to have taken? So did I. And because I had no taste for her flesh, I renounced, so to speak, the flesh. I would sometimes wait weeks before going to rid myself of my sexual preoccupation with God knows whom. On the sly, under conditions that make me blush today, I reached the point where I envied people who had some hobby as a safety valve billiards, for example, cards, prize fights, or football. Such people know at least that they belong to a sort of fraternity, and thanks to that, ridiculous though it may appear, they never feel altogether isolated or abandoned in the world. She said, when he introduced the young woman into my house, I did not know that. Her house. You too heard her. She did not say our house. She said my house. Her house, her maid, her husband. There you have the key to the enigma, Your Honor. For enigma there must be, since nobody understood or seemed to understand. She never went so far as to talk about her patients, but she used to say our patients and would question me about them on the treatment I had prescribed. Give me her advice often very much to the point. I must say, as to the surgeon to whom they should be sent for an operation, incidentally, spoke of belonging to a fraternity. Well, there is one and only one to which I belong by the force of circumstances, and that is the medical profession. But because all the doctors in our circle were our friends, though more Armand's friends than mine, I never had that feeling of solidarity which would at times have fortified me. I am sure she always thought that she was acting for the best. Knowing her as I do now, I think it would be a terrible disillusionment if she ever perceived that her conduct had not always been practically faultless. She was convinced, like the judges, like everybody at the trial, that I am a coward, that it was through cowardice that I organized that Christmas Eve, the memory of which was so painful to her, and through cowardice that I schemed, let's say the word, to get Martine into my home. My home. You understand, I insist on that, because, after all, it seems to me that it was my home too, wasn't it? And I did scheme, it is true. Only I should hardly be reproached for that, since I was the one who suffered the most from it. I was the most humiliated by it. Not only I, but Martine. Martine even more than I. By inference, during the trial, they treated her as an adventuress, which was most convenient. They did not dare come out with the word itself, because then, in spite of my 2 guards, I would have leaped out of the prisoner's dock. But it seemed no less clear to everyone that she had wormed her way into our family for her own advantage. A girl, it was true, who came from a good family. The gentlemen of the law never failed to salute the family, as at the cemetery, because among people of the same world certain civilities are due a girl from a good family. But a black sheep who for 4 years had worked here, there, and everywhere, and had slept with men. I don't say who had had lovers. She had none before me. I say slept with men, just as I had slept with women. But that's not the question now. And in addition, it is nobody's business but mine. She came from God knows where. She arrived in our honest town with her poor little tailored suit that wasn't warm enough, her 2 suitcases, and her anemic complexion, and behold, she insinuates herself shamelessly into a well-heated, well-lighted house with substantial bourgeois meals, and from one day to the next becomes a doctor's assistant and almost the friend of his wife, who even goes out of her way to buy her a Christmas present. It is terrifying to think that we are all human beings, all of us forced to bend our backs, more or less, under an unknown sky, and that we refuse to make the least little effort to understand one another. But for her to enter our home like that, Your Honor, by the back door, as it were to enter our home thanks to a whole tangled web of lies imposed upon her by me, was not only the worst humiliation, but the sacrifice of everything that she could still consider her personality. If she had gone to work for Raoul Bouquet, for instance, suppose she had become his mistress, which is what would probably have happened, the whole town would have known about it, for the director of the galleries does not suffer from an excess of delicacy. She would at once have become one of the little group at the poker bar. She would have made friends there, men and women living like her, smoking and drinking like her, helping her to look upon her existence as normal, the poker bar. Even I, Your Honor, before knowing Martine, would sometimes find myself looking wistfully at those creamy lights and longing to become one of the pillars of the place, to have a round of lights where one could take refuge. You understand. Take refuge while still remaining oneself, among people who let you think you are someone. In my house, she was nothing. For 3 weeks, she lived in constant terror of a suspicious glance from Armand. And this obsession became so strong that I was obliged to treat her nerves. Even in the matter of work, she was denied the simple self-satisfaction, which is the right of the meanest laborer. She was an excellent secretary before knowing me. On the other hand, she was totally ignorant of the medical profession, and I had no time to teach her. That wasn't why I wanted her near me. I have seen her for days on end in a corner of my office, poring over old files which she had to pretend to be classifying. Now that Martine was in our employ, whenever Armand spoke to her, it was usually to ask her to telephone the dressmaker or one of the tradesmen. We had to hide, it's true, and we often lied, through mercy, Your Honor, because at that time I was still naive, because at 40 I knew nothing of love, and because I imagined that at last I could be happy without taking away anything from others. It seemed to me that with a little goodwill, it would be so easy to arrange matters. We, Martine and I, were doing our part for the very reason that we consented to hide and to lie. Wouldn't it have been logical to expect others to make an effort too? Was it my fault if I needed, as much as I needed air to breathe, this woman whom 2 weeks ago I'd not even heard of, and whom I had not tried to know? If a sudden illness had put my life in danger. The greatest specialists would have been called in. All the established order and ways of the household would have been disrupted. Everyone would have sacrificed himself. I would have been sent to Switzerland or somewhere else. They might have pushed duty or pity to the point of taking me out in a wheelchair. Something different, but just as grave, had happened to me. My life was equally at stake. I am not being romantic. Speak of what I know for a fact, Your Honor. For weeks, I spent my nights without her. For weeks, she would return to her apartment at meal times. And besides, every day I had my round of visits to make. For weeks, a dozen times, by day and by night, I would feel that lacerating sensation of emptiness I have already mentioned, so that I would have to remain stock still, my hand on my heart, panic in my eyes, like a cardiac. And do you think I could stand it without interruption, without hope, day after day? From morning to night, and from night to morning, what right had they to demand it of me? Will you tell me? Don't begin talking of my daughters. That argument is too easy. Children don't enter into such questions at all. And among my patients, I have seen enough ill-assorted or discordant couples to know that, except in popular fiction, children do not suffer in the least. And my mother, well, let's just crudely admit that mamas are not always saints, and that mine was jubilant at the idea that at last there was someone on this earth to shake off, if only secretly, the yoke of her daughter-in-law. There remains Armand and her 10 years. I know. Now, let's put the question differently. I loved someone else. That was a fact. It was too late to retrace my steps. I was no longer able to get that love out of my system. Even supposing that I once loved Armand, I did not love her any longer. That is another fact. That's plain, isn't it? So the blow, if blow there was, had already fallen, for, after all, when one loves a person, the pain comes first from not being loved, and then from knowing that the person one loves loves another. All that, Your Honor, had already happened. Note that, for the moment, I accept the extreme hypothesis that I concede for the sake of argument that Armand had really loved me in every sense of the word and still loved me. In that case, her attitude to my mind, on my soul and honor, becomes one of incredible ferocity, always, of course, in the name of love. You don't love me any longer. You love someone else. Her presence is necessary to you. Nevertheless, because I still love you, I insist that you give her up and that you stay with me. To continue to live with someone you no longer love and who inflicts on you the most atrocious suffering. Can you understand that? Think of evenings alone together beside the lamp, not forgetting the moment when these two people I'm talking about slip into bed and wish each other good night. And yet, I write these words because of certain images they evoke for me. I have just conceded it, but on the condition that I accept Armand's love as an incontrovertible fact, a total love equal to mine for Martine. But I do not believe that. A woman who loves does not say, "In my house, under my roof." A woman who truly loves does not speak of sacrificing 10 years of her life. She may have thought she loved me, Your Honor, but you see, I know what love is. Could she, had it been so, have said to me, "If only you had been satisfied to see her outside"? Would she have spoken of humiliation? I swear to you, Your Honor, that I am studying the question honestly, painfully, and strange as it may seem. It is especially since I am here that I study it without bias, because now other questions so much more important have been answered, because I am far, very far from all those bridling or gesticulating little men. Isn't it true, my own Martine? Isn't it true that we have gone a long way, both of us, that we have traveled almost always thigh to thigh, the longest of all roads, the road where at the end one at last finds deliverance? God knows that we embarked on that road without knowing it, innocently. Yes, Your Honor, like children, for we still were children. We had no idea where we were going, but we could go in no other direction. And I remember, Martine, that on certain days, just when we felt happiest, you would suddenly look at me with your eyes full of fear. You were no more lucid than I, but life had dealt with you more roughly. Youth and its childish nightmares were closer to you and those nightmares still pursued you, even in my arms. How many times at night have you cried out, your forehead covered with sweat, clinging to my shoulder as though it alone could keep you from sliding down into the void? And I remember your voice on certain nights when your terror was at its height, as you kept repeating, "Wake me, Charles, quick wake me." Forgive me, Martine, for devoting as much attention to others as to you, but you see, it is for you that I force myself to do it. Oh, you yourself used to murmur with regret, "No one will ever know." And it is for her, your honor, so that one man will know that I am writing all this to you. Will you admit now that for me there is no question of lying, nor of disguising the truth the least bit in the world? At the point I have reached, we have reached, Martine and I, for we are together, your honor. One no longer lies. And if you cannot always follow my thought, cannot understand certain ideas which shock you, don't say to yourself that I am mad. Think simply, humbly, that I have cleared a wall which perhaps you will one day clear yourself, on the other side of which one sees things differently. Writing this, I am thinking of your telephone calls, of the anxious look you sometimes turned on me, waiting for my reply to certain questions. I think, above all, of other questions you were itching to ask me, and which you never asked. I said very little about Martine in your office, because there are subjects one doesn't mention before a Maître Gabriel or before a poor honest fellow like your clerk. I didn't speak of her at all at the trial, and that was variously interpreted. I couldn't very well say to them, "But can't you understand that I delivered her?" I couldn't shout these words that are truer still, words which rose in my throat, lacerated my throat. It was not she whom I killed, it was the other, not counting that I would have been playing into their hands, giving them what they were trying to obtain for their peace of mind, even more than for their conscience's sake, for the honor of the whole bourgeois world to which they belonged, all of them, like a shot, and with both hands. My colleagues would have signed that certificate of insanity which, even at this late date, they are still bending all their efforts to justify, for it would settle so many things. We didn't know, Martine and I, where we were going, and for weeks, out of pity, not to hurt anyone, and also because we did not yet know the all-devouring force of our love and its demands. We lived two lives, or more exactly, we lived a hallucinated existence. I watched her arrive in the morning at 8 o'clock in the raw January cold. I would be taking my breakfast in the kitchen while Armand was lingering upstairs. Martine was not well at this time. She was paying for many things. She was paying without complaining, without a thought of injustice. As she came through the gate and her feet crunched along the gravel walk, her eyes sought the kitchen window, knowing I was there, and she would smile without seeing me, a little uncertainly, because someone might be observing her from a window upstairs. Smile vaguely, tenderly, at a curtain. She never entered by the front door, but by the door of the waiting room. That was Armand's arrangement. I don't know the reason. I'd rather not know it. I never protested. She was to have the air of an employee, since that was her status in our house. I am not blaming anyone. I assure you. Did Babette notice our little stratagem? I never worried about it. I would swallow the rest of my coffee, go round through the front hall into my office, where she had had time to put on her white coat, and for a moment we would just stand looking at each other before falling into each other's arms. We didn't dare speak. Your Honor, our eyes alone had that right. Don't think I have a mania of persecution. My mother was in the habit of creeping silently about the house, and one was always bumping into her in places where one least expected to find her. With Armand, it was not, I think, a mania, but a principle, or better still, a right which she exercised without shame. The right of the mistress of the house to know everything that happened under her roof. The many times I have caught her listening behind a door, she never blushed or showed the slightest embarrassment. No more than if I had come upon her giving orders to the maid or paying a tradesman's bill. It was her right, her duty. No use dwelling on it. We accepted that too. Like hurrying to open the door for the first patient, because it has always squeaked a little and could, with a little attention, be heard from upstairs. Throughout the morning, the most we could expect were a few stolen glances, or the touch of her finger, which I would brush with my hand when she held out the telephone to me, helped me take out some stitches, wash a wound, or hold a child still. Are familiar with criminals, but not with patience. If it is hard to make the former talk, it is equally hard to keep the latter from talking. And you can't imagine what it is like to see them file in, one after the other, for hours, all of them obsessed by their particular case, their aches and pains, their heart, their urine, their stools. And there we were, the two of us, only a step or two away from each other, everlastingly listening to the same complaints, while we ourselves had so many essential truths to tell each other. If I were asked today how one can recognize love, if I had to make a diagnostic of love, I should say, first of all, the need of nearness. I say advisedly, a need as necessary, as absolute, as vital as a physical need. After that, the thirst to explain. A thirst to explain oneself, to explain the other. For, you see, one is so filled with wonder, or so conscious of a miracle. One is so afraid of losing this thing which one had never hoped for, which fate did not owe you, and perhaps gave to you in a moment of distraction, that at every hour of the day one feels the need of being reassured, and, in order to be reassured, of understanding. A phrase spoken yesterday just before leaving, in Madame de Bour's house. All night I am haunted by it. For hours on end I have turned it over and over in my mind to extract its quintessence. I have suddenly had the impression that it opened new horizons, threw new light on the two of us, on our incredible adventure. And in the morning there was Martine. But instead of being able to compare my thoughts with hers at once, I would be forced to live for hours in uncertainty, in agony. This did not escape her. She would find a way of whispering between the patients or behind a patient's back, "Is something wrong?" And in spite of her anxious glance, I would answer out of the corner of my mouth, "Nothing, later." We were devoured by the same impatience, and the glances we exchanged over the heads of the patients were charged with questions in just one word to give her some inkling. because she was afraid, because we spent our whole time being afraid of ourselves and of others. But how express such things in a word? It's nothing serious, I assure you. All right, bring in the next one. A cyst or a sore throat, a boil or measles. That's all that counts, isn't it? All the hours of the day, from one end to the other, would not have been enough. And yet, everyone was bent on stealing from us even our tiniest crumbs of time, until when finally, by force of scheming and lying, we were alone together, when I would arrive at her apartment after inventing God knows what to explain my going out in the evening. We were so hungry for one another that we found nothing more to say. The great problem, the principal problem, was to discover why we loved each other, and it kept haunting us for a long time, for on its solution depended just how much confidence we could have in our love. Did we find it? That solution I don't know, Your Honor. No one will ever know. But why? Ever since that first night at Nantes, after the first few hours, which I freely qualify as sordid, when there was nothing to draw us together, why did we feel that sudden hunger for each other? To begin with, you see, there was that rigid body, that open mouth, those distracted eyes which for me were first a mystery, then a revelation. I had detested this little bar habituée, all her mannerisms and her assurance, and that come-hither look in the glances she cast at every man. But when I held her in my arms that night, when, intrigued by what I did not understand, I suddenly turned on the light, I saw that I was embracing a little girl with a scar. It is true, from the pelvis to the navel. A little girl who had slept with men. I could even tell you now exactly how many men, and just how it occurred, under what circumstances, in what surroundings. A little girl, just the same, who was hungry for life and at the same time, to use one of my mother's expressions, scared blue of life of her own, at any rate afraid of herself, of what she thought was herself. And I assure you she judged herself with terrible humility. Even as a tiny little girl she was afraid, thought of herself as differently made from others, as not up to others. And that was why, you see, little by little, She invented a personality in the image of girls in magazines and novels, to be like other people, to reassure herself, as I, Your Honor, might have taken up billiards or belote, including the cigarettes, the bars, the high stools, and the crossed legs, including that aggressive familiarity with the barmen, that flirtatiousness with men, no matter what men. I'm not such a mess, after all. That was her expression in the beginning. She would repeat it everlastingly. She would keep asking at the slightest provocation, am I really such a mess as all that? Not to feel a mess in her native city of Liège, where her parents' fortune was not such as to give her a sense of equality with the other girls she knew. She left home alone, put up a brave front, and succeeded in finding a small job in Paris, not to feel a mess. She began smoking and drinking, and, in another domain, more difficult to discuss, even in this letter, which is for you alone, Your Honor, she felt herself a mess when she was still a little girl, not more than 10 years old, invited by little girls richer than herself, whom her parents were very proud to have her visit. She would be a witness of their games, which were not always entirely innocent. Said girls richer than herself, and I repeat it, families whom she heard her parents speak of with admiration, not exempt from envy, and also with the respect that in certain classes of society is paid to the classes above them. And when she wept, without knowing why, when she refused the following week to go back to their homes, she was treated as a big ninny and was forced to bow to parental authority. All that is absolutely true. Your Honor, there is an accent of truth that is unmistakable. But I was not satisfied with that truth. I went to see for myself. There is nothing related to her that I did not persist in knowing, including the most casual surroundings in which she had lived. I went to Liège, the convent of the Daughters of the Cross, where she had been one of the boarders in a blue pleated skirt and a round hat with a broad brim. I saw her classroom, her desk, and, still hanging on the wall and signed in her childish hand, some of the complicated pieces of embroidery that little girls are taught to make. I saw her exercise books. I read her compositions. I know by heart the comments written by her teachers in red ink. I saw photographs of her at every age. Photographs of commencements at school with the other pupils whose names I knew. Photographs of the family in the country uncles, aunts and cousins who became more familiar to me than my own family. What was it gave me the desire? What was it created in me? The need of knowing all this. Whereas, for example, I had never had the least curiosity about things connected with Armand, I think, Your Honor. It was the discovery I made of her true personality. Call it intuition, if you like. And what I discovered was almost in spite of her, because, you see, she was ashamed of it. I worked for weeks, and I mean literally worked, to deliver her from shame. And to do that, I was forced to pry into the darkest corners. At the beginning, she lied. She lied like a little girl who tells her friends stories about the maid in her house. When her family has no maid, she lied. And patiently, I would untangle all the lies. I would force her to admit them one after the other. I had a complicated skein to unravel, but I held the end of the thread and never let go of it. Because of her rich and depraved little friends, because of her own parents who persisted in sending her to play with them, their families being the most considerable in the city, she got into the habit, certain evenings, of stretching out on her stomach in the solitude of her bed, and of lying there rigid for hours, straining fiercely for a spasm that never came. Physiologically, she was precocious. Since at 11 she was a woman, for years she continued this desperate search for an impossible relief, and that mouth, open as when I saw her at Nantes, Your Honor. Those eyes rolled back in her head, that pulse at 140. These were her heritage from the little girl. Men had merely taken the place of that solitary rigidity, and it was still for the sake of being like other people, of feeling like other people at last, that she had sought them. 22. For at 22 she was still a virgin. She was still hoping. What was she hoping for? Just what we have been taught. What she had been taught to hope for: marriage, children, a peaceful house, everything that people call happiness. But in Paris, far from home, she was a little girl from a good family, without money, And then one day, Your Honor, a day of lassitude, of uneasiness, the little girl wanted to do what the others were doing, make sure she was made like the others. Without love, without poetry true or false, without any real desire. And for my part, I find that tragic. With a stranger, with a body she did not know against her own. She began again the same attempts as the little girl in her solitary bed, and because with all her might she wanted to succeed, because her whole being was straining for relief, the man was convinced that she was a passionate lover. The others, too, Your Honor, who followed in succession, not one of them, not one, I tell you, understood that what she was looking for in their arms was a sort of deliverance. Not one suspected that she left their embrace with the same bitterness, the same nausea she had felt after her solitary experiments. Is it because I was the first to have this revelation that I loved her and that she loved me? Many other things, one after the other, I understood later on. It was like a rosary one tells slowly, bead by bead. That round of warm light which is the common need of all of us. Where is it to be found when one lives alone in a big city? She discovered bars. She discovered cocktails. And for a few hours, drink gave her that self-confidence she so much needed. And the men she met in such places were ready to help her believe in herself. Didn't I confess that I might have become a pillar of the poker bar? That I felt the temptation I too would have found that easy appreciation I failed to find at home. I too would have found women who would have given me the illusion of love. But she was humbler than I. In fact, I could still manage to withdraw into my shell, while she could not. And a few drinks, Your Honor, a few compliments, a vague semblance of admiration and tenderness would sweep away the last shreds of her resistance. Haven't we all done the same thing? You and I, every man, even the most intelligent and the most virtuous, haven't we all, at one time or another, sought in the vilest places, in the most mercenary caresses, a little solace, a little self-confidence? She went with strangers, or practically, she went with them into hotel rooms. Men pawed her in their cars, in taxis. As I told you, I have counted them. I know exactly every one of their gestures. Do you see why it was that we had such an imperious need to talk to each other, and that all the empty hours, the hours that were stolen from us, were torture? Not only did she fail to find the desired relief, not only did she look in vain for that confidence in herself which would have restored to her a semblance of equilibrium, but she retained enough clear-headedness to be conscious of her progressive degradation. When she came to La Roche, Your Honor, when I met her at Nantes in the rain on the platform of a station after we had both missed our train, she was at the end of her resistance. She had given up the struggle. She was resigned to anything, including disgust for herself. She was like Forgive the Blasphemy, Martine. But you do understand, she was like a woman who, to feel secure at last, enters a brothel. The miracle is that I met her, that double tardiness which brought us face to face. The miracle is, above all else, that I, who am not particularly intelligent, who have never, like certain of my colleagues, spent much time over problems of this kind, that I, Charles Allavoine, in the course of a night when I was drunk, when she too was drunk, and during which we had dragged our disgust through all the sordid, rain-drenched streets of Nantes, suddenly understood, not even understood. I didn't understand at once. To be exact, let's say that I glimpsed, through all the darkness in which we were struggling, a tiny far-off ray of light. The true miracle is, after all, that I had the desire to understand. God knows why, perhaps because I, too, felt alone, because I had sometimes longed to sink down on a bench and never to get up again. Perhaps because there was still that little glowworm, because everything had not gone out in me. The real miracle is that I wanted to draw nearer to that fraternal light and understand, and that this desire, of which I was not conscious, was enough to make me overcome all obstacles. I didn't even know then that it was love. Chapter 9. A little while ago, they came for my cellmate to take him to the visitor's waiting room. He is the one I told you about, who looks like a young bull. For a long time, I didn't know or care what his name was. It is Antoine Belhomme. I've since found out, and he was born in the Loiret. I finally learned why he was so grim, his mouth bitter, his eyes sullen. They'd played him for a sucker, Your Honor, to use his own expression. The fact was, they didn't have sufficient evidence against him to take him before a jury. He didn't know this. He thought he was done for, and if he kept on denying his guilt, it was only on principle, not to knuckle under.
And that was when his examining magistrate, one of your colleagues, proposed a kind of bargain. I suppose it wasn't discussed in any such frank terms, but I believe what Belhomme told me. They began by talking to him about the penitentiary and the guillotine. They had the young animal so terrified that cold sweat stood out on his forehead. Then the magistrate, when he thought him sufficiently softened up, gently hinted at the possibility of a compromise. If he would confess, that would be taken into account. Premeditation would be officially ruled out, since the murder weapon was a bottle he had picked up off the bar. His conduct during the preliminary hearings, as well as his good behavior at the trial, would also be taken into consideration, and they promised him, at least they let him hope, that he would get off with not more than 10 years. He fell for it. He was so confident that, when he used to see his lawyer sweating blood, trying to defend him, he himself would reassure him, "Take it easy. I tell you, it's in the bag." Just the same, they double-crossed him. They slapped him with 20 years, the maximum, all because, between the preliminary hearings and the trial, chance would have it that 2 other crimes of the same nature were committed in the outskirts of the city, and as a final stroke of bad luck, both of them by boys about his own age, giving rise to a furious press campaign. The papers talked of a wave of terror, a grave social danger, the necessity for drastic measures, and my young bull was the goat. Forgive me if I am beginning to talk like him. At any rate, there's someone to whom it would be just as well not to make speeches about society with a capital S, or justice. You stink in his nostrils, the whole lot of you. This is the first time he's had a visitor since we've been living together. He left like a meteorite, head first. When he returned a moment ago, he was another man. His eyes shone with a pride I have rarely seen before. It was the girl. He flung at me, not able to find other words. But he understood what he meant, and so did I. I knew that he was living with a girl barely 15 years old who worked in a radio factory near the Puto Bridge. He had something else to tell me, but it was seething with such force in his throat. It was surging up from such depths that the words failed to come out right away. She's going to have a baby. As a doctor, Your Honor, how many times have I been the first to announce this news to a young woman, often in the presence of her husband? I know all the various reactions of all kinds of people, but such total happiness, a pride like that,
I have never seen before. And he added simply, now, as she says, she won't have to worry. Don't ask me why I have told you this story. I have no idea. I'm not trying to prove anything. It has nothing in common with ours. And yet, perhaps, it might serve to explain what I mean by absolute love, and even what I mean by purity. What purer, tell me, than this child, so proud, so happy to be coming to announce to her lover condemned to 20 years hard labor that she is going to have a child by him. Now, I won't have to worry. And he did not look worried when he came back to his cell. In a certain sense, there was something of the same purity in our love. It was just as total. If this word can make you understand how we accepted it beforehand, without our understanding it, without knowing just what was happening to us, with no idea of the extreme consequences. It is because Martine loved me like that I loved her. It is perhaps because I loved her with the same innocence you may smile, if you like, that she gave me her love. A vicious circle. I can't help it. We here enter into a domain, Your Honor, where it is difficult to explain what one means, especially to those who do not know. How much simpler it would be to tell our story to Antoine Belhomme, who would need no commentaries. Before the thing happened, in my wife's house, as I willingly call it from now on, we had already, Martine and I, learned to know suffering. I wanted to find out everything about her. I have already told you that, and docilely. After a few attempts at lying, for she was trying not to hurt me, she told me everything. She even told me too much. Feeling so culpable, she even overcharged herself with sins, as I perceived later on. Her arrival at La Roche-sur-Yon in that rainy December, after a detour by way of Nantes to borrow a little money, was after all a sort of suicide. She had given up. When one reaches a certain degree of disgust for oneself, one degrades oneself even further so as to reach the end, the bottom, more quickly, because after that nothing worse can happen to one. But instead of that, a man offered her life. In doing so, I took on, and I fully realized it, a heavy responsibility. I felt
that she had to be delivered from herself, from her past, from those few years, those very few years in which she had lost everything. And that past, I thought, in order to accomplish this, I would have to take in hand myself. I receive many of the journals on psychoanalysis, and although I have not always read them, I do know something about the subject. Certain of my colleagues in the provinces have taken it up and have always terrified me. Wasn't it necessary that I should purge her of her memories? I sincerely believed it. I have not, I think, the least predisposition to sadism or to masochism, if not to deliver her. Why should I have spent hours on end confessing her, relentlessly poking into all the most sordid, the most humiliating corners? I was jealous, Your Honor, ferociously jealous. I am going to confess a ridiculous detail on this subject. When I met Raoul Bouquet a little later on, about the 15th of January, I wouldn't greet him. I frankly stared at him without bowing, because he had known her before me, because he had offered her a drink, and she had accepted, because he had known the other Martine, the Martine before me, the Martine I hated, whom I had hated at first sight and whom she herself also hated. I did not create the new Martine. I have no such pretension. I don't take myself for God the Father. The new Martine, you see, was the oldest. It was the little girl of the past who had never ceased to exist altogether. And my sole merit, if merit there is, was to have discovered her under a litter of false pretenses of which she was the first dupe. I undertook at all costs to restore her confidence in herself, her confidence in life, and it was with this end in view that, together with dogged perseverance, we ventured upon the great cleansing. When I say that I know everything about her past, be assured that I mean literally everything, including those gestures, thoughts, reactions which one human being so rarely confides to another. I have known appalling nights, but the bad Martine was gradually disappearing, and that was all that mattered. I watched another Martine being born little by little, one who every day grew more and more to resemble a snapshot she had given me, taken when she was 16. I no longer fear ridicule. Here,
one no longer fears anything except oneself. Every human being, even if his whole fortune consists of only 2 suitcases, drags around with him through the years a certain number of objects. We sort them all out, a sorting so implacable, with such a determination to kill certain things once and for all, that a pair of shoes, for instance, I can still see them. They were almost new, which she had worn one evening when she had picked up a strange man, were burned in the fireplace.
Practically nothing remained of the clothes she had brought with her, and I, who could never spend my money without first going to Armand, was unable to replace them. Her suitcases were empty, her wardrobe reduced to the bare necessities. It was January. Think of the wind, the cold, the short days, the shadows and the lights of the little city. Of the 2 of us struggling to extricate our love from everything that threatened to stifle it. Think of my office hours, of the anguish of our separations, and finally of Madame de Bour's little house, which was our only haven, and to which I came panting with emotion. Think of all the agonizing problems we had to solve, of the other problems presented by our life in Armand's house, and still further complicated by our constant solicitude for her peace of mind. Of course we lied, and it is gratitude we deserve, if not admiration, for we had something better to do than to worry about other people's tranquility. We had to discover each other. We had to get used to living with our love. We had to, if I may be allowed the word, transplant our love into our daily life and domesticate it. And I saw 30 patients every morning. And I lunched without Martine, between Mama and Armand. Opposite my daughters, I talked with them. I must have succeeded in talking to them like an ordinary person. Since Armand the subtle, the intelligent Armand, saw nothing, duplicity, you say, Your Honor, good heavens, do you know that sometimes, when I was at table with my family, that's right, with my family, and Martine wasn't there suddenly there, on the retina of my eye, would be the image of a man and the brutal memory of a gesture she had made, as distinct as a pornographic photograph. Your Honor, I don't wish anybody anything like that. The pain of absence is horrible, but that is one pain which makes you believe in hell. Yet I still sat there, and I suppose I ate. They told me of all the little happenings of the day, and I replied, I had to see her at once, that, for God's sake, you must understand to be sure that a new Martine really existed, that she was not the one in the obscene photograph. I watched for her. I counted the minutes, the seconds. She opened the gate. I heard her footsteps on the gravel path.
She was walking towards the house with that uncertain smile which she always offered me in advance in case I stood in need of reassurance. Once, when she came into my office, I stared at her without seeing her. The other had remained glued to my retina, and suddenly, in spite of myself, for the first time in my life, I struck someone. I couldn't stand it any longer. I couldn't stand the pain. I was at the end of my endurance. I did not strike with my open hand, but with my fist, and I felt the impact of bone against bone. Immediately afterwards, I collapsed. The reaction. I fell on my knees. I'm not ashamed to admit it. And she, Your Honor, she smiled, looking at me tenderly through her tears. She was not crying. There were tears in her eyes, the tears of a little girl who has been deeply hurt. But she did not cry. She smiled. And I assure you that, though sad, she was happy. She stroked my forehead, my hair, my eyes, my cheeks, my mouth. She murmured, "My poor Charles." I thought it would never happen again, that never again would the beast be aroused in me. I loved her, Your Honor. I'd like to shout that word till I'm hoarse, yet I did it again, once, at her place, our place. One evening when we were lying together in the bed, when I was caressing her, my fingers touched the scar, and all my phantoms returned, because I had begun to love her body in an almost insane way that made her smile, but smile with a secret uneasiness beneath her amusement. It isn't Christian, Charles. It isn't right. I loved everything about her, her skin, her saliva, her sweat, and above all, oh, above all, her early morning face, which at that time I hardly ever saw, for it took the miracle of an urgent call to give me the chance to go to her early in the morning and to awaken her. What Madame de Bourgh thought of us, I don't give a damn. Does a thing like that count? When one is living an experience like ours. Once when I wakened her like that, she was pale, with her hair spread out on the pillow, and in her sleep she wore a childlike expression that took my breath away, murmuring, her eyelids still closed, "Papa," because her father too loved her early morning face, because her father used to tiptoe over to her bed in those days. not so very long ago, when he was still alive and she was still a little girl. She was not beautiful like that, Your Honor. There was no resemblance to a cover girl. Let me tell you, and I did not want her to be beautiful ever again with that sort of beauty. The red had disappeared from her lips, the black from her lashes, the powder from her cheeks, and she was just simply a woman again. And little by little, she became for the whole day what she was early in the morning in her sleep. Sometimes I was under the impression that I had gone over her face with an eraser. In the beginning, she seemed indistinct, like a drawing half rubbed out. It was only gradually that her true face appeared, that the fusion with what she had been before was accomplished. If you don't understand that, Your Honor, it is useless for me to continue. But I have chosen you just because I felt that you would understand. I haven't created anything. I have never had the presumption to try to fashion a woman in the image of woman as I conceived her. It was Martine, the real Martine, before the bastards had sullied her, that I persisted in trying to extricate. She was the one I loved, and whom I love, who is mine, who is so much a part of my own body that I can no longer distinguish between them. Madame de Bourgh probably heard everything. Our murmurs, my shouting, my rages, my blows, and what of it? Was it our fault? Armand said later on. What must that woman have thought? No, really, Your Honor, just weigh the evidence, I beg you. On the one hand, my house, our house, Armand's house, with its armchairs, its red carpet on the stairs, and its brass rods, the bridge parties and the dressmaker, Madame de Bourgh and her misfortunes, her husband killed by a train, and her cyst, for she had a cyst, and on the other, the exploration we had undertaken, gambling everything we had in this game to the limit, without mental reservations of any kind, at the risk of our life. Yes, at the risk of our life. That Martine understood before I did. She said nothing then. It is the only thing she kept from me, and that is why at certain moments she would look at me with dilated pupils as if she didn't see me. She was looking farther ahead. She was seeing another me, the future me,
as I saw in her the little Martine of the past. She did not draw back, Your Honor. She did not hesitate an instant, and yet, if you only knew how afraid she was of dying, a childish fear of everything connected with death. It was the day following a day when I had been battling with the past, with the other Martine, and with my phantoms the day following a day when I had struck her with even greater violence that we were caught. It was 8 o'clock. My wife was, or should have been, upstairs with my youngest daughter, who was not going to school that day. Patients were waiting in a line on the benches in the waiting room. I hadn't the heart to open the door for them right away. One of Martine's eyes was badly bruised. She smiled, and her smile was all the more touching because of that. I was overflowing with shame and tenderness. After my fit of rage, I had spent an almost sleepless night. I took her in my arms. With infinite gentleness, I mean it, with infinite gentleness. I was capable of that, and I felt that I was both her father and her lover. I understood that from now on, no matter what happened, we were alone in the world, just the two of us, that her flesh was my flesh, that a day would come very soon when we would no longer need to question each other and when my phantoms would vanish. I stammered in her ear, still cold with the cold of the street. Forgive me. I was not ashamed. I was no longer ashamed of my outbursts, my fits of violence, because I knew now that they were a part of our love, that our love, just as it was, just as we wanted it to be, could not have existed without them. We didn't move. She leaned her head on my shoulder. At that moment, I remember, I was looking far away, both into the past and into the future. I was beginning to measure with terror the road that remained to be traveled. I am not making this up after the event. It would be unworthy of me and of her. I had no premonition. I tell you that at once. Nothing but the vision of that road along which we walked alone. I sought her lips to give me courage, and then the door to the front hall opened. We didn't jump apart. It didn't even occur to us. When we saw Armand standing in the doorway, we remained with our arms around each other. She looked at us and said, I can still hear the sound of her voice. Excuse me. Then she went out and the door slammed. Martine,
did not understand why I started to smile, why my face showed a positive joy. My feeling was one of relief at last. Don't worry, darling, and don't cry. Please don't cry. I didn't want any tears. None were needed. Someone knocked at the door. It was Babette. Madame à la voix would like to see you, sir. She is in her bedroom. Of course. My good Babette. Of course, Armand. It was time. I couldn't stand any more. I was suffocating. Be calm. Martine, I know that you are trembling, that the little girl you are expects another beating. Haven't you always been beaten? Trust me, darling. I'm going upstairs, and the reason I'm going up there, you see, is to find freedom for our love. There are words, your honor, which never should be spoken, which size up one person while they liberate another. I suppose you'll send her packing now. No, Armand, of course not. No question of that. In any case, I will not allow her to remain another hour under my roof. Well, well, my lady, since it is your roof, pardon me, I am wrong. And all day long I was wrong. I spat out all my venom. Ah, yes. I spat it out for an hour without stopping, pacing up and down like a wild animal in a cage, between the bed and the door, while Armand, keeping a dignified attitude, stood by the window clutching the curtain with one hand. I ask your pardon, too, Armand, surprising as it may seem to you, for it was all so useless, so superfluous. I vomited all the rancor in my heart, all my humiliations, all my cowardice, my suppressed desires. I even added to them, and the whole load I flung onto your shoulders, yours alone, as though henceforth you and you alone were to bear the full responsibility, you who have never been lacking in sang-froid. I saw you lose your poise, and there was even an expression of fear in your eyes as you looked at me, because in the man who had slept in your bed for 10 years, you were discovering another man whose existence you had never suspected. I yelled at you, and they must have heard me downstairs. I love her. Do you understand? I louvy her.
And then, baffled, You said to me, if only, I can't remember your exact words. I was feverish. The night before, I had viciously struck another woman whom I loved. If only you had been satisfied with seeing her outside. I burst into a rage, Your Honor, not only against Armand, against all of you, against life as you understand it, against the idea you have of the union of two beings and the heights of passion they can attain. I was wrong. I regret it. She could not understand. She was no more responsible than the district attorney or Maitre Gabriel. Unsteadily, she kept repeating, Your patients are waiting for you. And what about Martine? Wasn't Martine waiting for me? We'll discuss this later when you are calmer. Not at all. Right away, like an emergency operation. If you need her so much. Because, you see, I had blurted out the whole truth. Everything. Including Martine's bruised face, the work of my fists, and even my biting the sheets during my sleepless nights. So then I was offered a compromise. I could go to see her like a bouquet. I could, in fact, if I would be discreet about it, go from time to time to satisfy the demands of nature. The house must have trembled. I became violent, brutal, whom my mother had always compared to a great gentle dog. Even too gentle. I was malicious, willfully cruel. I needed to be. I couldn't have found relief otherwise. Think of your mother. To hell with her. Think of your daughters. To hell with them. To hell with everything. It was over. All that. With one stroke. Just when I least expected it. And I had no desire to begin all over again. Babette knocked at the door. Babette announced timorously, Mademoiselle says you're wanted on the phone, sir. I'm coming. It was Martine. Martine holding out the telephone without a word, resigned to the worst. Martine, who had already given up. Hello, who is speaking? A real case, a real emergency. I'll be there in a few minutes. I turned and said, Tell the people who are waiting. In the most natural way in the world, Your Honor. For me, everything was settled. I saw how pale she was, standing there in front of me, her lips colorless, and I almost got angry. I had already picked up my bag. I took down my coat, which was hanging on the back of the door. It never occurred to me to kiss her. We are leaving, both of us. It was that evening, about 9 o'clock. I had chosen a night train on purpose so that my daughters would be asleep. I went up to kiss them in their beds. I insisted on going alone. I stayed upstairs for several minutes, and only my elder daughter half opened her eyes. I went down again, very calm. The taxi was waiting outside the gate, and the driver was taking out my baggage. Mama had stayed in the drawing room. Her eyes were red, and her handkerchief was a little wet ball in her hand. I thought it would go off right after all, but at the last moment disengaged myself from her arms. She stammered before bursting into sobs. "You are leaving me alone with her." Armand was standing in the front hall. It was she who had packed my bags. She continued to think of everything. Sent Babette to look for a traveling case which had been forgotten. The light was on in the hall. We could hear Mamma's muffled sobs, and outside, the purring of the motor the driver had started. Goodbye, Charles. Goodbye, Armand. And then we both opened our mouths and spoke exactly the same words at the same moment. No hard feelings. We smiled in spite of ourselves. I took her in my arms and kissed her on both cheeks. She imprinted a kiss on my forehead. As she pushed me towards the door, she breathed, "Go." I went to get Martine, and once again we found ourselves together on the station platform. This time it was not raining, and I have never seen so many stars in the sky. Poor Martine, who was frightened again, who asked me just as we were getting into our compartment, "You're sure you won't regret it?" We were alone. We turned out the lights immediately, and I held her close, so close that we must have looked like one of those emigrant couples you see embracing on the steerage deck of ocean liners. We too. We were leaving for the unknown. What could we have said to each other that night? Even when I felt the warmth of a tear on my cheek, I did not try to find words to reassure her, and was content simply to stroke her eyelids. She finally fell asleep, and I counted all the stations, with their lights filing by on the other side of the curtain. At Tours, some people, loaded down with baggage, opened our door. Their eyes peered into the darkness, saw our bodies lying in a close embrace. They went away on tiptoe, after softly closing the door again. This was not a flight, you know. Before leaving, we had settled everything very decently, Armand and I.
We even considered for hours certain details of our future. More than that, Armand gave me her advice in a somewhat hesitating voice and with an air of apology, not advice with regard to Martine, naturally, but about my business. What greatly facilitated the adjustment of our affairs was that, by a miracle, young Braille was available. He is a young doctor from a very poor family. His mother is a cleaning woman in the neighborhood of the Austerlitz station who, for lack of money, could not hope to go into practice for himself for years. In the meantime, he takes over other doctors' practices when he is needed. I knew him because he had been my substitute during my last vacation and had done very well. Armand having agreed, I telephoned him in Paris because of the winter sports. I was afraid he would have been engaged by some colleague who was going to spend a few weeks at Chamonix or Megève. He was free. He agreed to come at once and to take over my practice for an indeterminate period. I don't know if he understood. For my part, I tried to intimate that he could stay forever if he wanted to. He was given a room in the house, the one Martine had occupied for 2 nights. He is a young redhead, a little too tense, too impatient for my taste. You are too conscious that someday he intends to get even with life. But most people like him. Thus, there is hardly any change in the house at La Roche. I left them the car, Armand. My mother and my daughters will be able to live on exactly the same scale as before. Young Braille being satisfied with a fixed salary. There will be a large margin of profit. Don't take just anything that comes along. Armand advised me, and don't accept the first price that is proposed. For I was, of course, to keep on with my work. I first thought of looking for a place in one of the large laboratories in Paris, but that would force me to leave Martine for a part of the day. I frankly admitted this to Armand, and she murmured, with a smile which was not as ironic as I might have feared, "You are as afraid as all that." I am jealous, but I am not afraid. It is not because I'm afraid that I am unhappy, lost, on edge. As soon as I leave her for a moment, what's the use of explaining that to Armand, who, moreover, I would swear, understood very well? By drawing on only a part of our savings, I could buy a practice in the Paris suburbs. The rest, almost everything we possess, I left for Armand and the children.
I didn't even have to sign a power of attorney because I had given her one long ago. So that is how things were settled. And I repeat, we were able to discuss it all calmly. Everything was slightly veiled. You understand. Instinctively, we spoke in a low tone. Do you plan to come back to see your daughters from time to time? I plan to come often, without her. I did not reply. You won't inflict that on me, Charles. I promised nothing. We left, Martine and I, and we spent the night in each other's arms on the bench of the compartment without saying a word. The sun was shining over the Paris suburbs when we arrived. We stopped at a decent, commonplace hotel near the station, and I registered M. and Madame Charles Alavoine. We were serving our apprenticeship in our newfound freedom, and were still a little clumsy. A dozen times a day we would eye each other, and the one who was caught, if I can put it that way, would quickly smile. Whole neighborhoods in Paris frightened me because they were peopled with phantoms, that is, with flesh and blood men we were in danger of meeting. And so, Your Honor, as though by common consent, we avoided them. Sometimes, at a corner of a street or avenue, we would turn aside to the right or the left without having to say a word, and I would hasten to squeeze Martine's arm affectionately, feeling her lapse into sadness. She was also afraid of seeing me depressed by the necessity of starting my career all over again, while I, on the contrary, was filled with joy. I was doing my best to begin from scratch. We went together to the agencies which specialize in doctors' offices, and we visited many such offices scattered all over the city, in poor neighborhoods and in prosperous neighborhoods. Why was it that the poor neighborhoods tempted me more than the others? I felt the need of getting away from a certain milieu which reminded me of my other life, and it seemed that the more completely we could get away from it, the more completely Martine would be mine. We finally fixed our choice after only 4 days of hunting, on an office situated in Issy-les-Moulineaux, in the drabbest, the most teeming part of the working-class suburb. My predecessor was a Romanian who had made a fortune and was going back to his own country. Naturally, he exaggerated the merits of his office. It was practically a factory, and my office hours were more like an assembly line. The waiting room, with whitewashed walls covered with scribblings, made one think of a public building. Patients smoked and spat, and there would certainly have been a fight if I had ever had the notion of taking any patient out of turn. It was on the ground floor. It faced the street, and you entered directly as into a shop, without a bell or a maid to answer it. You took your place at the end of the line, and you waited. My consulting room, where we spent most of our day, Martine and I, opened onto a courtyard, and in this courtyard was a blacksmith who pounded iron from morning to night. As for our apartment on the 4th floor, it was quite new, but with such tiny rooms that it seemed like a doll's house. We had been obliged to take over the Romanian's furniture. Factory-made furniture, like the sets one sees in the windows of department stores. I bought a little second-hand car, a 5-cylinder, since Issy-les-Moulineaux is as large as a provincial city, and I had patients from one end of it to the other. Besides, I admit that at the beginning what humiliated me most was having to wait interminable minutes for the tram at the corner. Martine learned to drive and obtained her license. She served as my chauffeur. Was there any way in which she did not serve me? We had difficulty finding a regular maid. We were waiting for answers to the advertisements we had put in provincial newspapers, and we got along meantime with a cleaning woman, as dirty as a pig and mean as hell, who consented to come in for 2 or 3 hours a day. Nevertheless, Martine always came down with me at 7:30 for my office hours, donned her white coat and cap, and got everything ready. We would go out for lunch together, generally to a little chauffeur's restaurant, and sometimes she would lift anxious eyes to mine. I had to keep repeating, but I swear I am very happy. It was true. It was really life beginning again for me, almost from zero. I should have liked to be still poorer, to start from the very bottom. Then she would drive me through the crowded streets, wait for me in front of my patient's house, and in the evening, whenever it was possible, we would go marketing together so that we could have dinner in our toy apartment. We went out very little. We had involuntarily adopted the habits of our neighborhood. Once a week, in the evening, we would go to the same films as my patients. A theater that smelt of oranges, chocolate ice cream, and synthetic fruit drops, and where you walked on peanut shells. We made no plans for the future. Isn't that the proof that we were happy?
Chapter 10. There wasn't a night, Your Honor, that we fell asleep, her head nestled in the hollow of my shoulder, and often the next morning we would wake in the same position, as I say. There wasn't a night that we closed our eyes without my having permeated her flesh. It was almost a solemn, a ritualistic act. For her, it was an agonizing moment, knowing as she did what a price I would make her pay, for the least reappearance of the other. What had to be prevented at any cost was the sudden collapse of her nerves, that rigidity which was so painful to me, that desperate, breathless tension towards a relief that never came, and for which she used to struggle until strength failed her. You see, Charles, I'll never be like other women. I comforted her, but I often doubted it myself. And so it was that we often feared this act which separated our days from our nights, and by which we sought to mingle our blood. Some day, when you least expect it, you'll see the miracle will happen. And the miracle did happen. I remember the astonishment I read in her eyes, in which apprehension still lingered, feeling the thread still too tenuous. I did not yet dare risk a word of encouragement, and I pretended that I did not notice what was happening. Charles, I hugged her tighter in my arms and, at the same time, more tenderly, and it was really a little girl's voice that asked, "May I?" She could, indeed. It was really her flesh this time that was quickened. My eyes could not leave her eyes. Then she uttered a great cry, a cry such as I have never heard, an animal cry, and at the same time a cry of triumph. She smiled a new smile, in which both pride and confusion mingled, for she was a little embarrassed, and, when her head fell back on the pillow, when her body limply relaxed, she stammered, at last, yes, Your Honor. At last she was mine in all plenitude. At last she was a woman. At last, too, besides her love, I possessed something the others had never had. They suspected nothing. They had never noticed. But what of it? We had just passed an important stage. This victory, if I can put it that way, had to be consolidated. We had to make sure that it should not be merely an isolated accident. Don't smile. If you would be so kind, won't you try to understand? Don't act like the others who have poured guard over my case, like that justice, one of whose servants you are, who refused to see what was really important in my crime. It was a few nights later, just when we were at our happiest, just when she was falling asleep in my arms, saturated with my love, while my hand was unconsciously stroking her soft skin, that, almost without realizing it, I said to myself, and to think that I shall have to kill her one day. Those are exactly the words which formed in my brain. I did not, to be sure, believe it, but neither was I horrified.
I continued to caress her thigh in my favorite spot. Her hair tickled my cheek. I felt her regular breath on my neck, and I spelled out in the dark of my consciousness, I shall have to kill her. I was not asleep. I had not yet reached that state which is not altogether waking, but is not sleep either, and in which one enjoys a terrifying clarity of mind. I did not push her away. I kept on caressing her. She was dearer to me than ever. She was my whole life, but at the same time, in spite of anything she could do, in spite of her love, her humble love mind, that word, your honor. Her love was humble. She was at the same time the other, and she knew it. We both knew it. We both suffered from the knowledge. We lived, acted, spoke as if the other had never existed. Sometimes Martine would open her mouth to say something and suddenly stop, embarrassed.
What were you going to say? Nothing. Because she suddenly realized that the words she was on the point of uttering were the kind that would risk awakening my phantoms, and they might be the most innocent words in the world, such as, for instance, the name of a street, the Rue de Berry, where it seems there is a certain kind of hotel. For taken that street again, like the theater in Paris we dared not mention because of what had happened there one evening in a box, a few weeks before she left for Nantes and La Roche. There were certain taxis of a particular color, more numerous, alas, than any others, the very sight of which evoked the most loathsome images. Now, do you understand why our conversations sometimes resembled the gait of certain sick people who know that a sudden movement may prove fatal? It is said that they are walking on eggs. We too were walking on eggs. Not always, for in that case our life would not have been what it was. We had long, carefree periods of pure joy. Martine, like many people who have learned to fear life, was superstitious, and if the day began too gaily, I could feel her uneasiness, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. I spent my time wrestling with her fear, annihilating her fear. I succeeded in delivering her from most of her nightmares. I made her happy. I know it. I insist on that. I forbid anyone at all, to contradict me on that score. She was happy with me. Is that clear? And because she was happy, and because she was not used to being happy, she sometimes trembled. At La Roche-sur-Yon, she was afraid of Armand, of my mother and my daughters, of my friends, of everything that had made up my life until then. At Issy-les-Moulineaux, she was afraid at first of a kind of life which she thought might very well discourage me. Of these fears, and others besides, I cured her. But there still remained our phantoms, the ones I had taken from her, of which I had relieved her, and against which she watched me struggling. There remained my suffering, which would suddenly pierce me with so sharp a pain that I was completely disfigured by it. And just when we least expected it, when we thought ourselves out of danger, would in a matter of seconds drive me completely out of my mind. She knew very well. You may rest assured that it wasn't she whom I hated, that it wasn't against her that my fists were raised. She humbled herself, a humility I could never have imagined. One detail, Your Honor. The first time, instinctively, she had put her arm up in front of her face to ward off the blows. That gesture, God knows why, redoubled my rage. And because she was aware of this, she would now wait motionless without a quiver of her face, keeping her lips from trembling, though all her flesh recoiled in horror. I beat her. I don't apologize. I ask no one's pardon. The only one whose pardon I might ask is Martine. And Martine doesn't need it because she knows. I beat her in our little car one afternoon as we were going along the Seine. Another time at the cinema, and we had to leave, for otherwise I should have been massacred by our indignant neighbors. I have often tried to analyze what took place in me at such moments. Today, I think that I'm lucid enough to answer. You see, it didn't matter how much she had changed. I mean physically changed, for she had been completely transformed in a few months. There were still moments when nothing could keep me from recognizing a trait, a mannerism, an expression of the other Martine. It would only happen when I looked at her in a certain way, and I only looked at her like that when, because of an unexpected incident, because of a word, an image, I thought of her past. Wait, it's the word image which is undoubtedly the key.
I was able, alas, to call up without wanting to an image as distinct as a photograph. And that image would quite naturally superimpose itself on the Martine before me. From that instant, I believed in nothing any longer. I believed in nothing, Your Honor, not even in her, not even in myself. I was submerged by an immeasurable disgust. It wasn't possible. We'd been fooled. We'd been robbed. I didn't want to. Then I'd strike her. It was the only way. She knew it so well that she desired it. She almost invited me to do it, so that I might be more quickly delivered. I'm not mad. I am not ill. We were not ill, either of us. Aiming too high? Were we aspiring to a love forbidden to men? But then, why? Can you tell me, if it is forbidden on pain of death, why has this desire been planted in the very depth of our being? We were honest. We did our best. We never tried to cheat. I am going to kill her. I did not believe it when these words kept coming back like a refrain. They didn't frighten me. I can guess what you are thinking. It is ridiculous. Someday, you will perhaps learn that it is more difficult to kill than to get oneself killed, and even more difficult to live for months with the idea that you are going to kill the only person in the world you love. But that's what I did. In the beginning, it was vague, like the premonitory signs of a disease which begins with random discomforts, pains one cannot quite locate. I have seen patients who, speaking of a pain they felt in their chests at certain moments, indicate the wrong side. Night after night in our bedroom at Issy-les-Moulineaux, I would unconsciously attempt a treatment. I questioned her on the child Martine, whom the Martine I loved was growing to resemble more and more each day. We had not had time to change the wallpapers, which were covered with fantastic flowers in the worst modernistic taste. The armchair I used to sit in after putting on my dressing gown was modernistic too, and upholstered in a poisonous green velvet. The standing lamp, as well, was hideous.
but we never noticed. We made no attempt to modify the frame of our daily life. So little did such things count for us. She talked. There are names. First names which have become as familiar to me as those of the famous men of history. One of her childhood friends, for example, a certain Olga, returned to the stage every evening and played the role of villainess. I know all Olga's perfidies at the convent, then in society when the little girls, grown up, were taken to parties. I know all my Martine's humiliations and all her most outlandish dreams. I know her uncles, aunts, cousins. But what I know best of all is her own face becoming transformed as she spoke.
Listen, my darling. She always gave a start when she felt that I was going to announce any news. Like my mother, who could never open a telegram without trembling. She was not afraid of blows, but the unknown terrified her because for her, the unknown had always been translated into some evil. She would look at me with an anxiety she did her best to conceal. She knew that fear was forbidden her. It was one of our taboos. We are going to take a few days' vacation. She grew pale. She thought of Armand, of my daughters. She was always dreading. From the very first day, the nostalgia I might feel for Laroche and my family, but I was smiling, proud of my idea. We'll spend them in your native city. In Liège, we went a pilgrimage, and I had, moreover, the hope of leaving behind me when I left some of my phantoms forever. All right, I'll be even more frank and more blunt. I felt that I had to get possession of her childhood, for I was jealous of her childhood too. This trip made her even dearer to me because more human. People say I was born in such and such a city. My parents did so and so. All that she had told me was like a novel for young girls. And I went there to get at the truth, which turned out to be not so very different. I saw the big house, Rue or Chateau, which she had so often described, and its famous porch with the forged iron handrail. I listened to people telling me about her family in just the same terms she herself employed. An old family, almost patrician, which had been gradually going downhill. I even went to see the office of her father, who at the time of his death was secretary of the provincial government. I saw her mother, her two married sisters. The children of one of them. I saw the streets where she used to walk with a school bag in her hand, the shop windows against which she had glued her little red nose, nipped by the frost, the motion picture theater where she had seen her first film, and the pastry shop where the Sunday cakes were purchased. I saw her classroom and the nuns who remembered her. I understood her better. Above all, I found out that I had not been mistaken, that she had not lied, that the miracle of Nantes, there's no other word, had given me an insight into all those things in her which made her my wife today. Yet, even at Liège, Your Honor, my phantoms followed me. A young man, somewhere in a cafe in the center of the city where we were listening to the music, came gaily up to our table and called her by her first name. That was enough. The more she was mine, the more I felt that she was mine, the more I judged her worthy to be mine. I do hope that you will not see conceit in this word, which in my mind has no such connotation. For I too am humble, and I loved her as humbly as she loved me, as I say. The more she was mine, the more I felt the need of absorbing her in even greater measure. To absorb her, as I, for my part, would have liked to be wholly melted into her. I was jealous of her mother, jealous of her little nephew, who is 9 years old, jealous of an old man we went to see in his little sweet shop, who had known her as a youngster, and who still remembered her tastes. He did, however, give me a tiny thrill of pleasure when, after a short hesitation, he called her Madame Martine. You see, I would have to take you through all the stages, one by one, that we ourselves passed through. Spring went. Summer came. The flowers in the Paris squares changed many times. Our somber suburb brightened. Urchins and men in bathing trunks swarmed along the banks of the Seine, while we, at every turn of the road, found still another stage to be traveled. Her flesh had soon become as obedient as her mind. We reached and ventured on the stage of silence. We could now read side by side in our bed. We were able, with due precaution and with a show of courage, to cross certain forbidden neighborhoods. You'll see, Martine, the day will come when there won't be a single phantom left. They came less and less often. We went together to see my daughters at Sable d'Olonne, where Armand had taken a villa. Martine waited for me in the car, looking out of the open window. Armand said, "You didn't come alone." "No, quite simply, Your Honor, because it was simple. Your daughters are on the beach. I'll go and see them there, with her. Yes." And as I declined her invitation to lunch, "Is she jealous?" It was better to say nothing. I remained silent. "Are you happy?" She shook her head gloomily, with a touch of sadness, and sighed. "Ah, well." How could I make her understand that one can be happy and still suffer? Are they not two words which go quite naturally together? And had I ever suffered, really suffered, until Martine gave me the revelation of happiness as I left? I very nearly said aloud, "I am going to kill her," so that she would understand even less, as though I had wanted my little vengeance. We chattered with my daughters on the beach. Martine and I saw Mamma, who was sitting on the sand knitting. She behaved very well. She offered no criticism, and when we left, holding out her hand, she said very nicely, "Goodbye, mademoiselle." I could swear that she too was on the point of saying madame, but did not dare. There was no reproach, only a slight apprehension in the glances she gave me, surreptitiously as was her wont. And yet I was happy. I have never been so happy in my life. Martine and I were happy enough to shout it from the housetops. It was the 3rd of September, a Sunday. I know the effect of that date on you. Don't worry. Calm. The weather was soft and muggy. If you remember, it was no longer summer. It was not yet winter. For days the sky was gray, that gray which is both dull and luminous, and that has always depressed me. Many people, especially in the poorer suburbs like ours, had already returned from vacation or had never gone away. We had a maid now for the last 3 days. A young girl from Picardy, who came to us direct from the country. She was 16, and her figure was still shapeless, and she looked like a big rag doll. Her skin was always red and shiny, and in her pink dress, comically bulging, with her bare legs, her bare feet in felt slippers, her hair always disheveled. She looked in our little apartment where she kept bumping into the furniture as if she were just going to milk the cows. I am never able to stay in bed after a certain hour. I got up quietly, and Martine, just as she used to with her father, held out her arms and demanded, without opening her eyes, a big hug. That meant I was to hold her tight against my breast until I squeezed all the breath out of her. Then she was satisfied. All our Sunday mornings were exactly alike. They were not mine. They were Martine's. She was a little city girl, while I, peasant that I am, had always risen with the dawn. In her eyes, the worst instrument of torture ever invented was the alarm clock, with its brutal, piercing bell. Even when I was a little girl and had to get up to go to school. Later, she had to get up to go to work. She would employ little stratagems. She would set the clock 10 minutes fast intentionally, so she could linger a little longer in bed. And yet, for all those last months, every morning she would get up before me in order to bring me my first cup of coffee in bed, because I had once told her that that is what my mother had always done. She was not, after all, a girl for the morning. It took her a long time after she was up to return to the waking world. It used to amuse me to see her coming and going in her pajamas, her walk a little unsteady, her face still puffed up with sleep. Sometimes I would burst out laughing. "What's the weather today?" "Nothing." Every Sunday I offered her what she called the ideal morning. She would sleep late until about 10 o'clock, and it was my turn then to bring her her coffee. Drinking it in bed, she would light her first cigarette, for that was the only thing I had not had the heart to make her give up. She had suggested it. She would have done it, but at least it was no longer that constant necessity it had once been, nor a pose. She would turn on the radio, and much later she would finally inquire, "What's the weather today?" We would plan not to have any plans, so that this day of rest should be free for improvisation. And often, indeed, we did nothing at all. I remember on that particular Sunday, I stayed for a long time looking out of the living room window. I still see a family waiting for the bus. Each one of its members, there were 7 of them: mother, father, boys, and girls carrying a fishing rod. A band went by, brass instruments following behind a banner resplendent with gold fringe. A music club of some sort, with young men wearing armbands making a great hullabaloo as they marched along the pavements. People in the houses across the street were leaning out of the windows, and I could hear the muffled sound of their radios.
When I went downstairs, a little before 10 o'clock, she was still in bed. As an exception, I had given an appointment to a patient who required a treatment I had not time to give him during the week. Since it took almost an hour, he was a foreman about 50 years old, an excellent fellow, conscientious in the extreme. He was waiting for me at the door. We went into my office, and he began undressing at once. I washed my hands again, put on my hospital coat. Everything was so calm, it was as though life was suspended in the world. Did the color of the sky have something to do with it? It was one of those days, Your Honor. They are always Sundays when one is capable of thinking of nothing. I was thinking of nothing. My patient kept talking in a monotonous voice to keep up his courage, for the treatment was rather painful. Then he would stop, try to suppress a groan, and hasten to say, "Go on, doctor, it's nothing." He got dressed again and held out his hand when he was ready to leave. We went out together, and I locked up my shop-like office. I looked up, thinking that Martine might, by chance, be at the window. I walked to the corner to buy a paper. They were sold in a little bar. I had a medicinal aftertaste in my mouth and drank a vermouth at the bar. I went slowly upstairs to the apartment. I opened the door. Did I make less noise than usual? Martine and the maid, who was called Elise, were together in the kitchen. They were laughing at the top of their lungs. I was happy. I went towards the kitchen and saw them. Elise was standing at the sink, preparing vegetables, and Martine, in her dressing gown, was seated with her elbows on the table, her hair disheveled, a cigarette in her mouth. I have rarely felt such tenderness for her. You see, I had just stumbled on another side of her nature I didn't know, and which delighted me. I like people who can enjoy themselves with their maids, especially with little peasant girls like Elise. And I knew that it was not out of condescension that she was there. Like so many ladies of the house, I could tell that from their voices and their laughter. While I was downstairs there, they were two youngsters who had met one lazy Sunday morning and started chattering.
about what I didn't try find out. They were laughing over nonsensical nothings, I am sure, things that can't be explained, that a man can never understand. She was disconcerted, seeing me appear. You were there. Elise and I were telling each other stories. What is it? Nothing. Yes, there's something. Come. She rose, uneasy, and led me into our bedroom. You are angry. Of course not. You are sad. I swear. I was neither the one nor the other. I was moved. Idiotically, perhaps. I was much more moved than I cared to appear or to admit to myself. Even today, it would be difficult for me to say just why. Perhaps because that morning, involuntarily, without any precise reason, I felt that I was reaching the maximum of my love, the maximum of understanding that one human being can have of another. You see, I felt so sure that I understood her. She was so fresh, so pure. This child who was laughing in the kitchen with our little peasant girl. Then, perfidiously, another sentiment insinuated itself, a vague distress. Alas, familiar to me, and against which I should have reacted at once. She had understood. That is why she had taken me into the bedroom. That is why she was waiting for me to strike. It would have been better. But several weeks before, I had sworn to myself that I would never give way to my loathsome rages again. A few days earlier, on Wednesday, coming home arm in arm from our local cinema, I had pointed out to her, not without pride, you see, it is already 3 weeks. Yes, she knew what I meant. She was not as optimistic as I was. At first it was 4 or 5 days, then once a week or every 2 weeks. Then jokingly, when it is only every 6 months. She had pressed her thigh tighter against mine. It was one of our pleasures to walk that way, thigh to thigh, in the evenings, when the pavements were deserted, as though we were a single moving body. I did not strike her that Sunday morning because I was too deeply moved, because the phantoms were too vague, because, at first, and for many a long hour afterwards, no brutal images appeared. Are you annoyed because I'm not dressed yet? Of course not. There was nothing.
Why then was she so uneasy? She continued to be uneasy all the rest of the day. We had luncheon together near the open window.
What would you like to do? I don't know. Anything you like. How about going to the Vincennes Zoo? She had never been there. She knew animals only from having seen a few in passing circuses. We went. The same luminous veil was still stretched across the sky, and it just happened to be the sort of light that does not cast shadows. The place was crowded. Cakes, ice cream cones, peanuts were being sold everywhere. We lingered for a long time in front of the cages, the bear's pit, the monkey house. Look, Charles, and I can still see them. Two chimpanzees, the male and the female, standing there in an embrace, looking at the crowd, looking, Your Honor, the way I looked at all of you in the courtroom during the trial. It was the male who, in a gesture both gentle and protective, had put his long arm round the female. Charles, yes, I know. It is in just about the same position, isn't it, Martine, that we fall asleep every night. We were not in a cage, but we were perhaps just as frightened of what lay beyond our invisible bars. And to reassure you, I drew you closer. I was suddenly sad. It seemed to me I can still see the swarming crowd in the zoo, those thousands of families, those children whose parents were buying them chocolates and red balloons, those bands of boisterous young men, those lovers filching flowers from the flower borders. I still hear that muffled tramping of a crowd, and I see the two of us. I feel the two of us. My throat tight for no apparent reason, while she murmurs, "Let's go back to see them, shall we?" The two monkeys, our two monkeys. Then we walked around for a while longer in the dust until its taste was in our mouths. We went back to our car, and I thought, if she had been only herself, Your Honor, if she had never been other than the one I had come upon in the kitchen that morning, if she had been only, if we had both been only like that male and female whom we had, each of us, without any prompting from the other, at the same moment, suddenly envied. Do you want to have dinner at home? Just as you like. Elise is out, but there is plenty of food in the house. I preferred to eat in a restaurant. I was on edge, uneasy. I felt that the phantoms were there, close by, waiting for a chance to leap at my throat. Abruptly, I asked, "What did you used to do Sundays?" She couldn't possibly misunderstand. She knew what period of her life I meant. She couldn't answer. She stammered, "I was bored." It wasn't true. She was perhaps bored deep down in herself, but she craved pleasure and would go anywhere to find it. I rose from the table before the end of the meal. Night was falling lazily, too slowly to suit me. Let's go home. I wanted to drive. I never opened my mouth the whole way. I kept repeating to myself, "You mustn't." And I was still only thinking of the blows. She hasn't deserved that. She's a poor little girl. Of course I know. Who could know it better than I? Who tell me that I put my hand on her hand just as we were coming to Issy? Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. I should have struck her. There was still time. We were still connected, more or less, with the outside world. There were streets, pavements, people walking, others sitting on chairs in front of their doors. There were lights struggling against the false daylight of evening. There was the Seine with its drowsing barges. Just as I was putting the key in the lock, I almost said, "Let's not go in." And yet I knew nothing. I had no premonition. I had never loved her so much. It wasn't possible, for God's sake. Won't you understand that she... I opened the door and she went in. And everything was settled at that moment. I had a few seconds to turn back. She, too, had had time to elude her destiny, to elude me. I see once more the nape of her neck as I turned on the light switch. The nape of her neck as I had seen it that first day in front of the ticket office of the station at Nantes, with those little curling tendrils of hair. "Do you want to go to bed right away?" I said yes. What was wrong with us that evening? And why did so many things catch us in the throat? I went to get her glass of milk every night in bed after we had loved each other. She would always drink a glass of milk, and she drank it that night, the night of Sunday, the 3rd of September. That means we had possessed each other, that she had had time afterwards slowly to sip her milk. Sitting up in bed, I had not struck her, had driven away the phantoms. "Good night, Charles. Good night, Martine." We would always repeat those words 2 or 3 times in a particular tone of voice, like an incantation. Good night, Charles. Good night, Martine. Her head sought its place in the hollow of my shoulder, and she gave a little sigh, her little nightly sigh. She stammered, as she did every evening before falling asleep. It really isn't Christian. Then the phantoms came, the most hideous, the most loathsome ones, and it was too late, and they knew it for me to defend myself. Martine was asleep, or else she pretended to be asleep to quiet me. Slowly, my hand crept up along her thigh, caressing her smooth skin, her smooth, smooth skin, followed the curve of her waist and stopped as it passed over the firm softness of a breast. Images, more images, other hands, other caresses, the roundness of a shoulder where the skin is smoothest, then a warm hollow, the neck. I knew very well. Yes, I knew it was too late. All the phantoms were there. The other Martine was there. The one they had sullied. All of them. The one who had let herself be sullied with a sort of frenzy. And must my own Martine, the one who was still laughing so innocently that morning with our little maid, must she suffer for it eternally? Must we, both of us, suffer to the end of our days? Wasn't it necessary to deliver us, to deliver her from all her fears, from all her shame? It was not dark. It was never completely dark in our room at Issy, because there were only ecru linen curtains at the windows, and because a street lamp stood directly opposite. I could see her. I did see her. I could see my hand about her neck. And I pressed, Your Honor, brutally. I saw her eyes open. I saw her first look, which was a look of terror, then immediately another, a look of resignation and deliverance, a look of love. I pressed. These were my fingers that were choking her. I couldn't do otherwise. I kept crying to her, Forgive me, Martine. And I felt that she was encouraging me, that she wished it, that she had always foreseen this moment, that it was the only way out. I had to kill the other once and for all, so that my Martine could live at last. I killed the other, fully conscious of what I was doing. You see now that there was premeditation, that there had to be premeditation. Otherwise, the act would have been absurd. I killed her that she might live, and our eyes continued to embrace to the very end, to the very end, Your Honor. After that, our immobility, hers and mine, was identical. My hand was still round her neck, and it stayed there for a long time. I closed her eyes. I kissed them. I rose, staggering, and I'm not sure what I would have done if, at that moment, I had not heard a key turning in the lock. It was Elise coming home. You heard what she said, both in court and in your office. She did nothing but repeat. Monsieur was very calm, but he didn't seem like an ordinary man. I said to her, "Get the police." I never thought of the telephone. I waited for a long time sitting on the edge of the bed. And it was during those moments that I realized one thing that I would have to live for. So long as I lived, my Martine would live. She was in me. I bore her within me as she had borne me. The other was dead forever. But as long as there was one human being, myself, to keep the real Martine in him, the real Martine would continue to exist. Wasn't that why I had killed the other? That, Your Honor, is why I have lived, why I endured the trial. That is why I didn't want your pity, yours or anybody's, or all those tricks that might have got me acquitted. That is why I don't want to be pronounced mad or irresponsible. For Martine, for the real Martine, so that I shall really have delivered her, so that our love may live. And it is only in me that it can live. I am not mad. I am just a man like other men, but a man who has loved, who knows what love is. I shall live in her, with her, for her, as long as I possibly can. And if I imposed upon myself this waiting, if I inflicted on myself that sort of circus which was called a trial, it was so that she, no matter what the cost, may continue to live in someone. If I am writing you this long letter, it is so that the day I finally weigh anchor, succeed to our heritage, so that my Martine and her love will never wholly die. We went as far as it was possible to go. We did all we possibly could. We wanted the totality of love. Goodbye, Your Honor. Chapter 11. A Scrutinizing Eye. Charles Allavoine stood in the interrogation room, his hands still shaking, but he tried to keep his composure. His eyes scanned the judge and the observers, trying to find a flaw in the way they were watching his every move. Lucille stood outside, silently observing. She was both curious and wary, noticing every little change in Charles's behavior. Their relationship became complicated trust, suspicion, hidden desires, and secrets. Laurette, his longtime lover, appeared through the window, her eyes filled with anxiety. Charles realized that his every move and every word was being watched and evaluated, creating tremendous pressure. Reporters stood in the hallway, ready to take down every detail. Charles knew that one small mistake would expose both his past and present. In this moment, light and darkness, power and truth, emotion and desire converge. Charles's next actions will determine his fate and the fate of those involved. Chapter 12. Battle of Minds. Charles Allavoine sat before the judge, his eyes tense but his expression calm. Each question from the judge made him consider carefully: should he answer truthfully, lie, or dodge? Lucille stood near the door, watching. She realized that every little gesture from Charles could reveal the truth. Their relationship became a mixture of trust and suspicion, complicated by attraction and desire. Laurette also watched silently, her eyes filled with worry and anger. Her presence doubled the pressure. Charles understood that he had to deal with not only the law, but also emotions and secrets between relationships. Reporters and lawyers stood around, taking notes and observing. Charles had to be quick and agile, using his wits and composure to maintain control of the situation. In this moment, all secrets, desires, power, and dangers converge. Any wrong move could lead to dire consequences, determining the fate of all involved. Chapter 13. The Turning Point. The tension in the interrogation room reached a fever pitch. Charles Allavoine realized that every secret, every action and word was being scrutinized. Lucille moved closer, her eyes both curious and wary. She began to realize that Charles was not just the man she had once trusted. He was a complex person, both terrifying and fascinating. Laurette entered the room, her face solemn, her eyes filled with anger and anxiety. Her presence added pressure, forcing Charles to consider his every word and gesture carefully. Reporters and lawyers were still watching every detail, recording every movement and expression. Charles had to combine intelligence, instinct, and calmness to maintain control of the situation. In this decisive moment, Light and darkness, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Charles knows that his next move will determine the fate of him. Lucille, Laurette, and everyone involved. Chapter 14. The Decisive Night. The room was so quiet that every breath was audible. Charles Allavoine stood straight, his fists clenched, his eyes sharp as he observed Lucille and Laurette. Every little movement could reveal the secret he wanted to keep hidden. Lucille stood near the window, her eyes filled with worry and curiosity, trying to read Charles's thoughts. Their relationship was tense and complicated, a mixture of trust and suspicion. Laurette walked slowly into the room, anger and anxiety written all over her face. Her presence added to the pressure on Charles, forcing him to make quick decisions. Reporters, lawyers, and judges remained on the sidelines, watching every move. Charles knew that one small mistake could expose all his secrets, motives, and desires. In this climactic moment, light and darkness, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Charles's next move will determine his fate and the fate of those involved. Chapter 15. The End. The morning light filtered through the window, illuminating Charles Allavoine's tired but sharp face. The long, tense night had ended, and the immediate dangers to Lucille, Laurette, and the other characters had temporarily subsided. Charles looked back at the events that had just occurred, each decision, each subtle action to protect himself and control the situation. He realized that intelligence, calmness, and observation were the lights that guided him through the darkness and danger. Charles and Lucille's relationship now deepens trusting, tense, and mysterious. They both know that secrets are not yet fully revealed. Laurette, though angry, also recognized Charles's sophistication and ability to control the situation, and their relationship became more balanced. Paris and the surrounding cities continue to live, but in Charles's heart, the light of sobriety, wisdom, and vigilance will always guide the way, opening up opportunities for new challenges and stories. Life, desire, and secrets go hand in hand, and Charles Allavoine, who has just experienced a long and tense night, will continue to walk between light and darkness, ready to face the mysteries and challenges ahead.